start recording. So, last time, you all met with, once again, that strange diamond-masked Ascian. This time, however, he seemed a little more willing to actually talk to everyone. In your discussion, you learned a few things. However, more than likely the most important thing you learned is that he is the grand orchestrator of most of the events that have plagued the party. From Samai's brainwashing to Nia's mind control, as well as even La Habrea's return, according to him. Infuriated by the fact that none of them would kill you, he sought to see why, for himself, firsthand, it is that all of you refuse to die. Though a fierce battle ensued where you were faced with strange mimetic forms of past enemies, as well as some strange form of memory alteration that seemed to empower him and make him stronger in some way. But after a long and fierce fight, he seemed to have gathered what it was that he needed and vanished. Taking with him the remainder of the battlefield that you had been transported to, as well as seeming to dispel any magical effects conjured by the party at the same time. Taking a long rest to gather yourselves and try and figure out what exactly just happened, you did learn that, quote, Big Brother was unable to find Star during that battle, but had managed to contact Chisume, it seems. Additionally, it seems that Nia is or at least was very much oblivious to having ever even encountered this individual. Though that's not necessarily too surprising for the party, given everything you've encountered thus far. But with that, and with your quarry that you were searching for vanished, as well as the worm creature he was transporting, you decided that it would likely be best to head to Ishgard and perhaps seek an audience with Sir Emmerich, who was the one, from what you were told, was the one that requested the capture of the creature that you had been trailing. And with that, as the night draws to a close, or sorry, not even the night, as the afternoon, or as the morning itself draws to a close, as you all rest up and set forth towards the afternoon, or aiming to set forth towards the late afternoon. Is there anyone keeping watch as you sort of wait out here?
Sakuras will probably be one to keep watch. He was one of the least hurt people, or least exhausted people among the group.
Okay. So are just so I know, do you guys want to commit to a long rest, or do you just want to do a short rest?
I mean, we didn't get experience from last time, did we?
You did not.
Okay.
If we take a long rest, then whatever experience we would have gotten from last time will be automatically applied. I say we just take a long rest to get it out of the way.
Yeah, I'm missing quite a few of my big spells.
Right.
So I think a long rest would be good.
Yeah, I mean, we can get. I mean, after seeing the such devastation
Was his
as the
intention. All right.
I'm good with the long rest as well.
All right. So, committing to the long rest. Who is keeping watch and in what order?
I can
think,
do second watch.
Aiden will take first watch with Sicarius, since he said he was
Okay.
going to stay up.
Okay. Let's go ahead and give me perception checks from the first watch. Welcome back, Roxana. We just finished the recap, and we've come to the conclusion that the party is indeed going to take a long rest, with Aidwin and Sicarius keeping first watch.
Ah,
And Aidwin with a very high roll of 28, and Sicarius not too bad with a 17 yourself, or an 18, sorry, yourself. Not trying to rob you.
This time.
This time, exactly. Prismatic Wall. I counterspell that next time. But as the rest of your party bunks down for the time being to rest and recuperate, both of you staying up to sort of keep an eye and scan the horizon. Thankfully, nothing seems to go amiss. As you keep your eye to the horizon, you can see the occasional monster out on the edge, wandering or moving by or the such, but none that seem to come super close to the camp. For you, Aidwin, you're able to see them pretty much crystal clear. None of them are even... The majority of them that would even be considered a threat to an adventuring party don't even come within range to be considered a threat.
Mm-hmm.
So, first watch goes without a hindrance. Who's taking second watch?
I will.
Good. Anyone else? Akshay?
I'll take. Yeah.
Alrighty. So you two go ahead and give me your perception checks. $27. Alright. Keeping an eye out as you're woken. Thankfully, everything goes without a hitch, and there are no issues. Third watch, Nia will take.
Star will take with Nia. Because she
Okay.
does need to make sure to get back over to the other camp.
Mm-hmm. Hold on. It's done. Alright, so go ahead and give me a perception check, Star. Where did I put her character sheet? There you are. Alright. So, with that, you get up with Nia to help keep an eye out on the surroundings. And with that, so I would like for Star to make a wisdom save. Star. Star.
Sorry, my brain. Woo!
I need a wisdom save, please.
Oh, fun.
Yes, I know. Very fun. Okay. So, as you are there, sort of helping to keep an eye out and looking around, you hear about an hour and a half in, Nia, her voice calling out saying, "Star?" And as you turn around, you find your entire body like stumbling and almost like you're in a heavy drunken stupor, and just like you find yourself unable to even control your movements before your vision goes black. For the rest of you, as well as Star, you soon all find yourselves within a mostly black colored surrounding void, floating there but unable to perceive anyone else. What you can perceive is this pulsating, soft, almost bluish, purplish hue or color that's just slowly pulsating all around you, going from that purple bluish to a pitch black to blend in with the void before coming back and then fading once more. And then all of you hear a soft female voice, familiar to all of you. You've heard it before. Although, for some of you, you haven't heard the voice in a very long time. Or you think you do, at first. Because the voice comes out as this soft, motherly voice. And it says, "Crystal bearers, long have you fought. Long have you suffered. For mine own sake. But even after so long, I am weak. I cannot show. I need your help." And before all of you appears this large crystal, a large Etherite crystal. Not like not Etherite, sorry, the Aether ones. Oh no, I know, don't worry. But the crystals that are used for like the summoning rituals, for example. It's one of those. And inside of it, you can see this softly pulsating red light. At the very center, a silhouette. Humanoid in shape. And then all of you hear another voice. The same one, but different. But still familiar. And at first, none of you can really place it. And it says, "In your company, you keep. But in their presence, you weep. If the whirl doth succeed, then all of reality will secede. As you hear those words, it hits you why that voice is so familiar. But just as it does, there's a wave of intense pain that all of you feel. And as you all grip your head and almost double over, you look back up and the crystal is gone. But before you are the rest of your party, all staring into the center where that crystal was. And just as you all look to each other, all of you wake back up, including you, Star. And just as you wake up, all of you sort of almost sitting upright at attention and finding all of your heads whipping towards Chisume, who is sitting like right next to Star with her hands holding onto her head. And just as Star jerks up, her hands pull back, and you watch as she sort of recoils.
What was that?
I don't know.
Star, are you okay?
I'm fine. Kasumi, are you, hun?
She nods and just kind of like leans in towards you.
Pull her into a hug.
Nia, who is sitting on the other side of you, just kind of tilts her head for a moment and goes, "That's a very interesting child you have there."
Like you wouldn't believe, honestly.
Yep, she's very special.
Hmm.
Staring's rude, you know.
Say again?
Staring is rude, you know.
Sorry, are you okay? You, passed out.
Yeah, I think I'm alright. You all saw that, right?
I
The
did.
big crystal.
Yeah.
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 I'm sorry, Crystal?
You didn't see it?
No.
He's not a crystal bearer. And up until recently, I didn't think I was either.
I definitely didn't. I'm not even sure that voice name is so familiar, but I don't know why.
Yeah, I thought I wasn't one either, to be honest.
Forgive me for asking so many questions after you just woke up. What is a crystal bearer? I assume it's not just your everyday Aetherite miner.
No, you know... Did you see an individual walk out of where we were, back in Mordona? Specifically, she's a Keeper of the Moon, Makote? Fumi?
No, Fumi is a Keeper of the Sun.
Seeker of the Sun, okay.
Or Seeker of the Sun, yeah, sorry.
Did you see a Seeker of the Sun Mikote leave the Rising Stones while we were in Mordona? She is one as well. Basically, there's an ancient being known as Heidelin, the will of the planet that we live on, and Well, a crystal bearer is someone blessed by her. Yes, it sounds crazy, I know. I'm not. I can tell you that.
Well, I don't understand that anymore, but to answer your previous question, I did not see any Mikote leave the Rising Stones, no. What? Should I be looking out for her? Is she someone to be
No,
wary of?
she's.
No, she's. I mean, well, you hear all the heroic exploits of the Warrior of Light. That's her.
Yeah.
Kind of squints her eyes at you. I'm gonna regret saying this, but go ahead and make a persuasion roll, Edwin.
Yeah, you are gonna regret saying that.
mo shinderu.
Nani?
Nani? That's a natural 20 for a 40. I told you I was gonna
Listen,
regret this.
Hey, oh!
I told you I was gonna regret it.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh, yeah, no, surprise Pikachu face.
Well, I mean, this is what I'm here for.
That's the best thing that's the best way I can describe her reaction. Is surprise Pikachu face. She's like pulls her head back and like blinks a few times, turning and it's like just like in that very confused like, wait, what? I'm trying to like unable to really process it.
Yeah.
Before she goes this right, so hold on, you've met the Warrior of Light.
I know. I said the same thing before I met her.
We met her, we met some of the Scions as well.
Huh. Wow.
Told you I got into a bit of insanity, didn't I?
Yeah, you know, when you said that, I thought that like maybe you meant like you got into it with like the dragon heretics, or maybe some of the more rebellious Alra over in Othard, or something like that. I didn't think you were. Oh wow.
Have I ever done anything small? It seems like those would all be small time for me.
By comparison, yes. Oh, now I don't feel quite so heroic in your presence anymore.
Now,
Wow.
Mia, you still taught me everything I know. Well, maybe not everything now.
Right,
but
I never
much
taught
of.
you how to get in contact, let alone impress the Warrior of Light. Like,
Well,
even
now
I.
that
Impress
is
is an
just
overstatement. I think we more kind of annoy her.
Well, even
impress
still,
the Scions, maybe, though.
well, impressed or annoyed, fact or matter of the yes. I'm speechless.
I mean,
Ignore the facts that I was saying words and was able to speak. Anyways, let's move on from that topic. Right. So. If I understand this correctly, you have all somehow managed to get into it with the Warrior of Light, while simultaneously creating your own enemies of the same magnitude?
wouldn't
Mhm.
say creating. I would say they stalk us and don't give us much of a choice.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's kind
It's-
of the MO of the Warrior of Lights villains, if my studying is right. So, I mean, you
I mean,
two,
you're not wrong.
y'all aren't very far off at the very least. Alright. Well, why don't you all, take a few moments to get your bearings. I'll, just finish keeping watch.
Thank you.
She
Mhm.
I'm
wanders
gonna
off
start.
of it.
I'm gonna start a fire and start brewing some coffee.
I am going to finish my long rest.
Yeah.
We can finish it by hanging out and chatting.
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
You've essentially completed your long rest. And for the XP that you gained from the previous fight, you gained a whopping massive 40,000 XP.
Nice.
Cool. Nice easy number.
Yep, very round and solid. I'm glad that my XP calculations for creatures greater than CR30 worked out.
Here, less than 1,000 points away from about 20 guys.
Yeah.
I think he did that on purpose so that we didn't
Yeah,
have to
I
level
did not.
mid-session.
Yeah.
I did not, actually.
182 to be
hey.
exact.
I was giving you credit. You should just take it.
You're giving me too much
Take
credit,
the solid.
my sir. My sir?
Ah.
Yes, my sir. You are giving me too much credit.
I mean, okay. If you don't want to take it, that's fine by me.
I am too humble to do such a thing. So.
As everyone sort of goes off, Zagreus is going to approach Mia. You said Chisume was interesting. What exactly was that? Because at this point, both me and her have gotten the whole may have gotten a look at her. Probably would have gotten a look at her at this point.
I mean, I don't think I stated I'd move, so I'm just gonna stare at you and stare at her and be like, ew.
Well, Nia
Speak of the
walked
child
off.
in front of her. Okay.
Nia walked off to give you guys some privacy because, like, whatever y'all went through, it was clearly an ordeal. So
Alright,
she's
then
like,
Star will
y'all
take
need.
just sit by the fire.
Yeah. She was like, y'all clearly need some time. I'm gonna give you some space. So. But yeah. So, asking her that actually. I want to go ahead and give you all a chance to discuss amongst yourselves whatever it is that you wish to, as I steal you away.
You've been waiting for someone to someone to really start looking at Chisumi from an outsider's perspective, haven't you?
Kind of. Real quick, hang on. I need to go let them know.
Good thing I have
Eid?
By the way, if any of y'all wish to interrupt their discussion, just like say something in either Discord or in the
In
Roll20
muffled
chat.
too.
You're muffled.
Bah! Hello? Hello. Okay. So, if any of y'all want to interrupt them, just say something in either Roll20 or the Discord, and I'll either drag you in or I'll move us up.
Okay.
Just so y'all know, because like they're
Okay.
they're out in the open, so y'all have that ability.
Yeah.
So, all right. Anyways, so as you ask her that, she just kind of rubs her chin for a moment and says, kind of looks behind her shoulder for a moment, just a little bit before turning away and goes, while she was unconscious, there was an aura that came off of the girl. Not unlike the void scent. But it was different, even still. All void scent, they just want to kill. You know? They don't want to help us. but I don't know what she was doing. But whatever it was eased Asteria. When she collapsed, she began having movements akin to a seizure. But it wasn't a seizure. It was like she was trying to fight something. It was very strange. But when that little girl came over, she grabbed Astaria's head, and just a few months later, she was at peace. She wasn't fidgeting or shaking or anything. But what's the strangest of all? I couldn't understand what she was saying. But right up until all of you awoke, from the moment she grabbed Star to that moment, she was muttering something. I just don't know what it was. If you are talking, you're muted.
No, I was just sort of thinking. Never really protective of her, too. I'm still an outsider to this group. I think it might be time to take a bit of a closer look. And as he says that, he's going to go ahead and cast True Seeing on himself, and then Tongues.
Okay.
Yep, neither of these are constant.
Yep. Yeah, that's a great thing. I assume you do have that ointment, correct?
Yep, I do. It was among the spell components I bought now that I had some gil.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
No problem.
Real quick, give me 1 second. Real quick, what is everyone's passive? Well, no, you actually have it all. I think all of you have your passive perception written down, actually, except for Kryn.
Kind
feel
of
muffled.
coming in weird.
Ah! Hello.
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 A little better.
Okay. Hello.
Yeah, you're good.
Hey, fantastic. So Kryn, what is your passive perception?
18.
18?
Mine's
16.
20.
16. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
19.
Yeah, most of y'all have yours listed. Kryn's the only one that doesn't. So, I was just wondering.
Okay, so my standard passive perception is 16 without my goggles.
Okay.
How do I calculate it with the goggles?
If you have advantage, it gives you a +5 to your passive.
Okay.
So if your standard is 16, with the +5, it'd be 21. Gotcha. Thank you. Okay. So, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So real quick, are you trying to hide the fact you are casting the spell? Or both of the spells?
I would be. I might walk off sort of into the woods a little bit, like I'm going to the bathroom, then come back to both of them cast.
Okay. Alright, give me 1 more second then. Well, thankfully they're not. However, just as a note, as you're all sort of discussing amongst yourselves, there's a moment where Sicarius goes and sort of walks off a little ways. Do any of you pursue? He just kind of wanders off away from the camp a little bit.
You're fuzzy, we can't understand.
Ha! Hello.
Also, his fucking name is Big Brother.
Say what?
His name is too close to Big Brother's. I have to kill him.
Sicarius, do any of you... So, Sicarius, as you're all having this sort of talking amongst yourselves, Sicarius goes and wanders off away from the camp a little ways. Do any of you follow? Or do you just let him wander off?
Lone wolves die alone.
I was just
Yeah,
wondering.
I think we're all just kind of sitting, chilling right now.
Alright,
Fox hasn't had morning coffee yet.
that's fair. Alright, fair enough. Alright, I just had to go see if any of them were going to follow you, because they would be able to see you walk off, so. But none of them do. So you're free to walk off, and I'll say, go ahead and GM roll this, of course, but go ahead and give me 2 sleight of hand rolls with advantage on both. You're quite a ways away, and this is against their passive perceptions, so. Modified by distance. And the fact that I imagine you're probably turned away from them when you do this.
Oh, absolutely.
Plus, when you're peeing, especially as a guy, you don't want to just show everyone. You turn away. You be respectful, right?
No.
So, fair enough. Easy to do. You're able to cast both without anyone noticing. And you come back. Coming back with True Seeing. Nothing's really any different. Well, actually, no. Around Astaria, there is this faint golden glow. But it's, her actual silhouette. So, off of her is coming, this golden, sort of aura or glow that sort of streamlines, or sort of like streamers almost, just kind of like streamers off of her, and kind of peters off. But then her actual silhouette itself is marked by this very thin blackish purplish outline. Which, being someone who's very studious, you would know that, given the circumstances that you've been in the immediacy, that is a very similar color to the void scent, or a very similar color that's usually used by the void scent, if that makes sense. For their energy based attacks and their magical based attacks and whatnot.
Could I make a roll? Could I think, as perhaps she might be assuming, or based on what I'm seeing, is Star sort of becoming a void scent, or is she simply trying to sort of help keep her from that happening, or something along those lines?
I'll say go ahead and make an Arcana check.
Okay. Checking to make sure I'm still on GM roll layer. 22.
Another really good roll. Very nice. Although, admittedly, it was a very low roll. God damn, you and all of the party members just having ridiculous modifiers for your rolls. But y'all are 18 or 19 at this point, so. But thinking about it, as you sort of look her over and try and sort of piece everything together. Oh. You've not heard of anyone actually being turned into a void scent. There are, of course, rumors and speculations that it's possible, and there are any number of scholars and quote-unquote experts who claim to have seen it done and claim to have, witnessed it firsthand or whatnot. But you yourself have never seen anyone being turned into a void scent per se. You do know that Etheric Corruption is possible within the presence of a primal. If one is enthralled by them, their aether begins to become corrupted towards that aspect. So for Titan, for example, would be Earth. And that can alter the balance of aether within your body, but that isn't necessarily something that would be revealed by true sight. Seeing aether itself is a very difficult thing to do, and it's even of the very rare circumstances that have been documented of it actually happening. It's never something that is intentional. So what you saw through True Sight isn't necessarily indicative of like a primal tempering or anything like that, but those kind of things can change a person's aether, and given everything you've experienced thus far with the party, it's impossible to necessarily say whether or not Jisume was helping or hindering Star based off of the very limited knowledge that you actually have in the field. However, based off of everything you can surmise, it does not seem like Jisume would actively try to hurt Star. Chisume seems to look at Star more as a mother, so whatever it was that she was doing was more than likely trying to help. If that answers your question. If it doesn't, let me know and I'll try to rephrase.
No problem. I think that all works. I don't think there's anything else I can do without returning to the group.
All right.
I mean, half the enjoyment of having characters in a relationship together is...
Welcome back.
Hello. You're back.
Allah!
As Sicarius rejoins the group, Nia still kind of out keeping watch over the horizon.
As Sacrius sort of comes back to the group, he stops by his tent. He sets down his his grimoires, his rapier, as well as any components he was carrying, and walks over to the group. He will turn to Star and say, "Your aether is looking very strange."
She'll blink at him.
You're going to say something like that and then not immediately explain it, huh?
No, I was just attempting to give anyone attempt to process or let any outburst come before I started again. I notice. I'll at least try to be polite. I noticed some odd words from me earlier. I decided to take a look around. Your aura, your aether star, is lined with gold, but then suddenly with a darkish purple color. Sort of like there's two colors on top of each other.
Never taken time to look at my own.
Well, the gold makes sense from the chocobo stuff, but
The other aura was very reminiscent of Void Scent. Oh, sorry. It was a dark purple silhouette with a gold aura around it.
Interesting.
Very.
She'll just sip her coffee. Have you seen her? It's kind of cool. It twists.
I thought it does look very interesting.
Is my ether still messed up?
Glances at her.
Looking over at her, it's still messed up.
He'll describe it as what has previously been defined as mess up.
There's a lot of weird things about this group. She'll sip her coffee
Very
and
true.
pet Chisui's head.
Very true. It seems Trisume seems to be helping you with at least some of the weird things that have been going on.
How so?
When you were passed out asleep, apparently she immediately ran over to you and was muttering something.
Indeed.
She'll look down at
So,
Chizumi and just continue
real
to
quick.
pet her head.
Real quick, I was trying to say this immediately after he said something, but I was muted. Immediately after he says that, like, almost, not even almost, as a reaction to what Sicarius just said, all of you with a passive perception of 20 or higher notice that Chisume become, like, visibly recoils and is, like, trying to hide herself. She's trying to not be noticed.
I don't think it was anything bad. I do not think she was doing anything bad. But seemed to be helping with something. Your relationship is more than defined well enough to know there's no threat there.
Not that you'd know much of us, but thank you.
Well, I should spend a few months traveling with you. The way she clings to you, I just could tell you were close. I don't know much beyond that.
Well, thank you. You should have some coffee and maybe help with the watch, I don't know. She'll just keep Chizumi close and sip her own drink.
She will toss a camp mug to Sacarius if he sits down.
You'll sit down and accept it. Thank you. You'll help himself to
Don't
some of
burn
the coffee.
yourself. It's still pretty hot.
That's how I like it then.
Most people like their coffee hot. You're not the only one.
There are some weirdos who are obsessed with the cold coffee, but you never know.
I take offense to that.
There's a difference between cold coffee and iced coffee.
Yeah, true. I just still never got the appeal of iced coffee.
Then you always drink
Everyone
coffee
will.
after it's cooled down.
Everyone in Ul'dah
Fair.
drinking iced coffee.
Yes, because they need the caffeine, but it's too damn hot for hot coffee.
Exactly. I just now thought of that too.
You have
Yeah.
offended the entire city of Ul'dah. They will now hunt you down.
They can try.
That was out of character.
Well, I know. I like to chime in.
They can still try.
Somebody's got a
So-
warranty on something.
So what was she saying before? Something about the Whorl? What is that?
Not a term I'm particularly familiar with, if I'm being honest.
Based on Star's history with reading and just stories, would she know of the creation story or no?
Make a religion roll.
Oh,
Okay.
you have advantage from Hattie. Yeah.
Yeah. In 18, you would know of the origin story, or of the story of creation.
The Whorl is part of the creation myth.
That explains why I don't recognize it too much. I was never really interested in that one.
Oh, but it's so interesting.
Hmm.
It says that, like, at the start that there was nothing. Nothing at all. Not darkness, not light. Only just the world. And that it was like that for a while until the first of our 12 emerged from his darkness. Well, from him. I haven't read it in a while.
With that, anyone who has proficiency with religion may now roll religion.
I do not.
Ooh, 19. Sicarius, you would have also heard of the creation myth.
Oh, yeah. That myth. I remember some old books I found in the library once.
However, the Gardelian text does not necessarily paint them within a positive light.
Yeah, it was some words is meant to trade as a sort of dark story, though. Some sort of old-time children's story, I think.
So then, what is the Whorl?
It's exactly that.
Just a big. Well, I guess context clues. It sounds like it's a big whirlpool or a big well of aether, I'd assume.
To be specific, just so everyone's on the same note, the way whirl is spelled in the creation myth is not WHIRL like whirlpool. It is spelled WHORL.
That's what I figured.
Yeah, just so everyone's on the same note. That is something that both Astaria and Sicarius would know, because that is a very big differentiation
Normally,
to make.
it's described as, or you define it as like a pattern of spirals or or like circles or concentric circles.
Maybe sort of the swirling aether of what was before creation.
And they say that time didn't take any kind of step forward until Alphic emerged, which is the first of our 12.
I see.
Mm-hmm.
But how is that helpful? I mean,
I don't understand the question.
Well, it seems to imply, if I'm understanding what you mean, that this Ascian following us is an avatar of this Whorl. If he is in fact the one that we're not supposed to allow to succeed, which, speaking from a deductive sense, that would make sense. He does want to essentially bring everything back to the time of the Whorl.
Does he regret making the gods? Does he think he could reshape them and create a different kind of world?
Hmm.
That doesn't sound good either way.
No, it doesn't. And that's not even getting into if he's... the question of whether or not he's tried this before. More specifically, if he's succeeded before.
Hmm. Yeah, I guess we would never know if he's succeeded at some point.
Precisely. We would have no memory, and the only one that feasibly could would be him. In theory, he could have already failed at this hundreds, if not thousands of times, and none of us would know.
Hmm.
That's
Well,
horrifying.
we just got to make sure that he keeps losing.
Agreed.
I'm going to
Tell me.
need more munitions.
I'm gonna need to pick up some scrolls. Tell me, did any of you recognize the voices that were speaking to us? And at least know who they were.
Were you
Not
not
per-
listening when we explained to Nia?
Well, I got the one, Heidelin. It was just, oh geez, mine's everywhere. But
The voices sounded very similar.
But then, if one is Heidelin, what is the other one? If an altered version of her? If not the same one, the exact same one?
That is the right question.
Hmm.
Unfortunately, it's not a question we have... Oh,
DM,
Yes.
going back to the first time Star ever met Heidelin, was
Mhm.
her voice like that, or no?
The very first voice you recognized as Heidelin.
Mhm.
The second voice that came through, though you did recognize it, you could not place it at first. However, since you are now thinking back to it, go ahead and roll me an intelligence saving throw, Staria.
Okay.
You think back,
Well-
and it wasn't Heidelin, but it was someone it was someone you've run into. It's someone you've encountered. It's a very familiar voice. You know it. It's on the tip of your tongue, but you just can't quite place it. You're gonna say something, Sacrius?
Well, the question is, would I recognize it either? Just because he's...
I'll say, you know what, actually, because this isn't fair to only have a Staria saying it, considering all of you are right there. What is the exact wording, Star?
Huh?
What is the exact
I was reading
wording
through
of
it.
it? Yeah.
It just says checks, so I'm
Yeah,
guessing.
so it wouldn't be saves.
Yeah,
It would
okay,
just be
thought
checks.
so.
But given that you are all right there, it wouldn't be fair for me to only give Star it. So I'll say everyone else can also give me an intelligence saving throw.
F.
The F in the chats, boys.
Oh god.
5 for Adwin. Unfortunate. Kren?
I'm getting there.
Alright. Alright. Adwin, you think, and just like Star, it's on the tip of your tongue. You know who it is, you just can't quite place it. Sacrius, Rakshana, and Kryn, however, as you're thinking, and as you're trying to place that second voice, at first, especially for you, Sicarius, at first your thoughts just keep getting pulled right back to Heidelin. But almost in a moment of clairvoyance, all of you have this sudden realization as all of your eyes go to the same individual, and all of you, seemingly at the same time, as your eyes all fall on her, all three of you immediately say, Chisume.
I knew you were doing something more.
Watch your tone. Sir will pull her onto her lap.
Chisume,
Again,
like,
nothing
is actively, like, recoiling into you. And again, just for clarification, that was Sacrius, Rakshana, and Kryn that all said that at the same time.
Yeah, but he added on to the end. I knew you were doing something.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
That's what she was snapping at.
Rock leans closer to Tsume, but in a totally non-threatening way. Tsume, would you mind if I asked you a question?
If
She
she
does not
doesn't,
respond.
in Primal, Aedwin's going to calmly say, like, if there's something you need to tell us, honey, you can tell us.
Zacharias will add on, and not primal, but can still be understood. I would. There is no. There. I mean no threat to you. I just seek knowledge.
That's true. Actually, yeah. Actually, everyone would just straight up understand you, and yeah. She kind of looks between. While her eyes were on Rakshana, even with her head sort of down, when Aedwin speaks, her head sort of lifts up a little bit, just enough for her eyes to be able to glance over at Aedwin. But when Sacrius speaks, even though all of you can understand it, her head immediately whips to him, and she doesn't recoil from it, but she seems surprised. Aedwin, you would note that this was a similar reaction to when you first spoke to her.
Mm-hmm.
But all of you can understand him. Understand Sacrius. That is.
Oh, does he have something that lets him?
I do.
Okay. Wait,
I
she can
don't
understand
how he would know to use that, but okay.
She does not respond to him, however. A few moments later, however, her attention goes back to Aedwin. And she doesn't speak, but she does just kind of shake her head no towards you.
Is it something scary?
She doesn't respond.
Do you wanna maybe go somewhere, me and you, and we can talk about it? It's a lot of pressure and a lot of people, huh? She just kind of pet her head. Sarah will just nod and stand up, keeping Shizumi in her arms. We're just gonna do a little lap around the camp. You guys make some food, please.
Yeah.
So, as you stand up,
Don't
give me
joke.
1 second. Sorry. So as you stand up and begin to walk away, as you stand up and begin to walk away, Tristeme just kind of pulling herself closer to you. Once you are out of earshot of everyone else, she says, I don't know what they're all talking about.
They seem to think when we were, I guess, sometimes tries to think of a way to tell the child this in a childlike manner. With mummies and daddies. No,
Mhm.
a long time ago, when we were way before we became a group, we got to talk to a very important goddess named Tidalin. But only, I guess, while we're sleeping?
But that's not me. I'm not idling.
But when we visited her tonight, surprisingly, it doesn't usually happen like that. Well, it does, but often. We heard another voice, and I guess it sounded a lot like you.
Make another wisdom save for me real quick.
Woo! Can do.
Why do you have
Where
to
was that
roll
a few
so
minutes
high?
ago?
Why do you have to roll so high?
I didn't roll so high last time.
But you did this time. You rolled it.
This
oh
time,
my
yes.
God. So,
I don't know.
as you're talking to her about this, there's something in your mind. It's like a dam that breaks. And suddenly your memory, your entire perception is brought back to that dream. Not just the dream, but the moment that new crystal appeared. And it hits you harder than even anything that has before of what that crystal was. It's in your bag. And that silhouette was the same one inside that crystal. Chisume just says, well, they're wrong. Couldn't have been me.
Maybe. And maybe not. Can I ask you about what you were whispering to me when I passed out?
Sort of narrows her eyes and tilts her head. Whispering? She has a very confused look on her face.
Our two new friends said you were mumbling something.
So thinks for a moment. No, I don't remember muttering anything. I remember seeing you collapse and I rushed over. At this point, she has like more of a like worried but still confused look. And she says, "I don't know what I was doing, but
It's okay.
if it helped, I'm glad I was doing it."
I'm sure it helped. And it's okay that you don't remember. I don't remember a lot of things.
Like curls into you.
And that's okay.
I'm sorry.
Oh, you don't have to be sorry. You've done nothing wrong. How about we go see if they've cooked something yummy?
Okay, that sounds good.
Sounds good.
All right.
Be held overhead.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, her mentors also now have 9.
And as
Which is
you
cool.
say that, Astaria,
Ugh.
with Chisume in arms, walks back over to the rest of the party.
Do I smell yummy cooking?
You do.
Yeah.
I think between an 18 and a 19, you probably should.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, very delicious.
I win!
You do. Although even you have to admit that Aidwin, pretty good cook.
No, it's not. We're not actually competing. We're working together.
Fair enough.
If anything, the score would be cumulative. I'm just out of character being funny.
Fair
Yeah.
enough.
Hey, when you get
Although
5
it would be fun.
stars, Rox, you get 4.5.
I mean, sure. That's if you say so. Is everything okay, Star?
Yeah.
Chisume
Sorry,
does
Helen.
seem more relaxed than she was before. And as Star joins, actually, Nia joins. And just says, "Well, I do hope y'all don't mind me rejoining you. I smelled something rather delicious over here, and I'm quite hungry."
Please eat.
Of course.
Thank you. She takes a bowl for herself. Or plate, whatever it is.
It's a thing. It's a dish of some
It's
kind.
a dish. She takes
it's
a dish.
probably it's probably one of those not quite bowls, but also not quite plates because camping.
True. It's a very thick soup, stew thing. It's a what is it? What is it that you call something that doesn't have a name? That's just a mishmash of everything.
Garbage
Goulash.
plate
Goulash.
or that.
It's goulash. That's what it is. Okay.
Fair.
But yes, she takes the plate, enjoys it because she's an adventurer. She knows how it is. And her cooking is not her strongest suit. Something you are very well aware of, Rakshan.
Yeah. This is why Rox learned to cook.
We're not too few many times. Nia eats without saying anything about the food. So, off to Ishgard then, I assume, the DM says.
Well, I mean, I guess.
If y'all wish to do some more before you take off, you can. It's up to you.
I'm ready.
Because this is at the end of your long rest. You're having breakfast and all that.
Yeah.
I do not think we ended up finding him, no.
Yeah, no, you did not find him. he did not. You did check the wreckage. You searched it and everything, cleared it of anything that might have remained. There were literally no tracks of the worm or traces of the creature that was being contained. It's like it just vanished. Although it did have wings. But more importantly, cough cough. The what are they called? Lalafell. The Lalafell, there were also no signs or tracks of him either. Although he
Yeah.
also seemed to be some kind of spellcaster of some kind. And all of the armors that you had seen following the cage were just kind of like there, no longer moving, no longer animated. So whatever magic was sustaining them had been snuffed out in one way or another. You did see, just as a quick recap, you did see signs of what looked like either a scuffle with a single individual or infighting of some kind, like the suits turned on themselves perhaps, or something like that. You did not see any signs of spell casting necessarily, like any kind of signs that a fireball or any other physical remnants of spells. There were none of those left. Although none of you cast detect magic, just as a note, so you would not have seen any potential lingering effects upon your initial investigation. However, other than that, your investigation did not reveal any clues. Or any additional information, I should say.
Hmm.
Well, unfortunately, I can't do anything about the not having used detect magic. I don't spellcast.
Alright, cool. Casting detect magic and taking another sweep over the area. Go ahead and make a perception check, Star. With advantage, because of Hattie. With advantage, because of Hattie. Okay. So, taking another scan around, at this point, given that it's after your long rush, yes, that's what we're calling it now. After your long rush, the traces are faint, but there are still lingering signs of magic being cast. The detect magic, you had used it before in town, and that's what revealed, or no, you hadn't. You had seen that there was not anything in the body, or in the armor. So detect magic does not reveal anything about the armors, nor does it reveal anything about the remnants of the wagon. You have specific creature around a visible creature object that bears. That actually, thank you for posting that, Star, because that actually reminds me of something. I have to check one thing real quick. Okay, never mind. Fantastic. That doesn't change anything. Whew. But it does change something for you. Not really. Looking about the area though, the magic is faint, like I said. It's hard to tell what school of magic due to the, I want to say both the faintness and enormity of magic that was used, if that makes sense. The magic that you can sense is faint, but of the faint magic that you can sense, there are multiple schools used, and they're too faint for you to be able to determine which source is of which type of school, if that makes sense. You do know that I don't actually know by heart. Hang on. D&D. I don't know by heart what each spell that was cast is. So what I will say is the ones that you know, the schools of magic that you know weren't cast, the ones that you know you don't detect, are Conjuration, Necromancy, Divination. Yeah. So, Conjuration, Necromancy, and Divination are the only three schools of magic that you do not detect. You detect all of the other ones.
Wow.
But because of how faint they are now, it is impossible to tell which sources are from which schools.
Okay.
So it would not be possible to detect which spells were cast at this point. It's simply too faint. But yeah, that is what you get from that.
It's too faint to tell what's what, but it's easier to state what schools I don't seem to sense, and she'll name the three.
Zacharias will walk over and look around. Do I see anything with true seeing?
You
What
do
the
not?
fuck you have true seeing?
He does.
It's up right now.
But even with that, you do not see anything.
Nope. I don't notice anything either. True seeing.
Well, what do we want to do then? I guess should we just start heading to Ishgard and go talk to this Sir Amaric?
Yeah, perhaps.
Alright. So, taking off towards Ishgard, it is thankfully not that far of a journey. Following the road, which I assume you all do, it's only about half a day or so's journey to Ishgard, and the road is fairly safe. So by the time you reach Ishgard, it is not...
Actually, who will be driving with Star?
That's a good question. Who is driving with Star?
I'll sit up front.
Cool. Then she'll have a conversation with you.
Alright, sounds good.
But I can
Go for
let
it.
the DM finish his description if you'd like.
No, go for it.
So, I'm not comfortable yet maybe talking about this with the whole group, seeing as, no offense, I don't really know your mentor and our new friend. But I don't think you all heard Chisumi talking. I mean, you did, but you didn't.
To be quite honest, I'm not even sure.
I think the Chisumi you guys heard is the one in my bag.
The one in your bag?
In the crystal. Remember? Oh no, you don't, huh? Oh god. Early on we came across this crystal with a being or something inside.
Okay.
Honestly, I keep putting off finding a way to let that being out because we weren't exactly sure what it was or who it was, but it kind of looked like Shisumi. And at this point, I'm thinking it is.
But if that's Chisume in the back, and also in the crystal, how does that work?
Time shenanigans. There's two of our princess running around.
Right. Things
Also,
get
the
more and more
thing-
complicated by the day, don't they?
Yeah, and the thing he was mentioning about her mumbling something to me, she doesn't remember. Just like she doesn't remember devouring that void scent.
Question, out of character,
Sure, go for it.
I don't remember, was Rox there for that, or was that Fox?
That
God,
was
that might have been
Fox.
Fox.
Yeah, it was Fox.
So Star's just blabbering.
At the moment
She-
of the current party, the only one other than Star that actually remembers getting that crystal is Kryn.
Wow.
Okay, so Rox looks to Star. She did what?
Hold
How
on,
is
please.
that even possible?
Repeat that.
I'm sorry? I didn't hear
Can
what you
you
said.
repeat that, please?
She did what? How is that even possible?
Oh gosh. Huh. Yeah, I keep forgetting I really, really haven't filled you in. Huh.
Yes, I've just kind of shut up about it because, I wasn't getting anywhere with it, but... My God, Jeez. I didn't know I was so out of the loop.
Things move fast around here.
So many questions, so little words.
Yeah.
Go ahead and say what you're going to say.
I feel like Star would try to give the best rundown of almost everything she could.
If you're waiting for me to say something, very well.
Yeah.
You do. Congratulations. You give her
Oh.
at least. You give her as best of a description as you wish to give her about all of the details. If you wish to give her everything, you can. If you wish to omit some things, you can. It is entirely up to you.
I think basically she'll go over everything. Too long didn't read. Found Jasumi in the lab underneath my house. Seems she was made by so and so's ancestor. She ate a void scent.
And fade to black.
Yeah.
Suddenly fade back. Oh, and now you know everything. You're caught up. Congratulations.
I am...
Do I still sometimes have that tiredness when I wake up when she sleeps with me? Or it's that stopped?
Ooh, I'd forgotten about that. thank you for reminding me.
Fuck.
To make this extremely simple on me and everyone else, I want everyone except for Sacrius, for the moment, I'll get back to you. Like everyone except for Sacrius to give me a D100. And before you roll, I want you to call high or low.
Okay.
Let's go high.
High.
Low.
Low. Damn.
50-50.
Now, Sacrius, I'm gonna need you to make 2 different D100s. And I need you to call for both high and low on each of them.
I'll go high first one, low.
Alright? Alright, so, Rakshana and Star, both of you have intermittently during this trip and during your time in the party, have intermittently woken up more exhausted than usual. I say intermittently because this should have technically been happening at a certain interval, but I haven't been because I've been forgetting. So intermittently, there's not necessarily a pattern to it, but ever since you've been in the party, for Rakshana at the very least, it has been intermittently, and for you, Star, it still has been intermittently ever since Shisume joined the party, technically speaking. So yes, to answer your question, yes.
Yeah, so there you go.
I'm not even sure what to say. I never
If you start
expected.
running, I'll let the chocobos give you a 20-minute head start.
Why? So they can bring me back?
Yeah. I'm kidding.
I mean, I'm not sure that would also be good for them either if I did run. I don't intend to. I'm just confused.
That's a relief.
So that... and there's been not just implications, but statements that she's... what, more dangerous than you know?
Yes.
Why is that?
I presume it's because of everything that's been mixed together to make her.
Which is primals.
Mm-hmm.
I see. Well... we better keep her from... what was it that... Was she here from when Arnalder called Chisume a monster?
Yes. I believe so, yes.
Well, then we'll just have to make sure that we keep her from proving Arnalder correct, then. Because I
Well,
don't
what should we
believe...
do with her crystal self?
Unfortunately, I'm no expert on crystals. That seems to be more your domain, is it not?
Yeah, kinda.
I'm tempted to just say, you tell me. What is this crystal Chisume like? Is she hostile, or does she seem friendly?
Thinking back to the night that we all tapped into that crystal, do I remember?
What specifically?
If me and oh, my brain.
I'm trying to remember what night you're referring to.
When me and Lagani tapped into the crystal to talk to it.
Oh, right. Way back then.
Yeah.
So you're trying to remember what exactly are you trying to remember from back then?
Its feeling, if it did have any thoughts, because my mind says the only thoughts I remember is wanting out, maybe. But then again, I've talked to a lot of things, trapped in a lot of things.
That's fair. And you've also trapped a lot of things in a lot of things, so...
Yeah, so I don't know which one was yelling about leaving or wanting out, or if it even spoke
so
to
knowing
us.
that, so remembering that, go ahead and make... What are knowledge checks based off of? Intelligence?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead and make an intelligence check for me. It's not quite old enough to classify as history. It is advantage because it is a check, not a saving throw.
Oh, saving throw? Sorry.
No, it's a check, which is why you have advantage.
Check.
Yeah, but you have advantage on checks.
Right.
Yeah. You have advantage.
Hetty.
Yeah, you have advantage because it's not a saving throw. But yeah, so 21. So as you think back to that moment, well over a year ago now, almost 2. Now that you're starting to recall it, it's at first your mind, as you want to think about that, your mind begins to wander at just how long it's all been since the real start of this chapter in your journal. And as you think about how long ago it was, you think back to that moment with the crystal. And you do remember. It takes you a moment, but you do remember. It was a desperation that you felt. But along with that desperation, there was a longing. A sense of longing for freedom. Longing for something. You're not entirely sure because of how long ago
pause,
it was.
Please?
Yeah, go. Yeah, sure. Resuming. But as you think back to that, You do remember the sense of there was a longing, a sort of yearning feeling for freedom, release. It's hard to say exactly what it was, but it was something along those lines. You're sure of that. It was a longing for some kind of release or freedom of some kind, though even that definition can be relatively broad in its interpretation, especially given the context of magic and how abstract it is and its concepts are. It's hard to really pinpoint exactly what the meaning of that is, but you are able to narrow it down to a longing for some kind of freedom or release of some kind. You are able to narrow it down to that. Which, admittedly, is a lot more than I thought you'd be able to roll, but you know, here we are. This is what I get for underestimating my players.
I don't know. All I remember is when I tapped into it, there was want of release, longing of freedom.
Well, perhaps we should try and contact this being again, rather than making a decision that isn't as informed as it should be. I don't like the idea of going into something this blind.
I'm not against sitting down in a in-room and trying again.
Yes, definitely once we're somewhere safe.
Yeah.
But just because it wants out, I will say, doesn't necessarily make it a good idea to let it out. Or
Why
her,
do you
I
think
should
it
say.
stayed so long in my bag? It's been a year, maybe 2 since I spoke with it.
Fair enough.
We'll talk to it when we're safe again, okay?
That seems like the best course of action at the moment. I don't want to think that Shisume, in either case, is actually a monster like what Arnalder said, but I'd also like to be sure.
I'd like to say she's not. Just because you were made in a lab by some crazy fuckers shouldn't make you a monster.
I agree.
Well, I'm glad you agree.
Besides, she's not... Other than apparently eating a void scent, which...
Isn't so bad, I think.
It's, on one hand, not terrible, on the other hand, questionable, as...
She also eats aether crystals.
I noticed that.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of them.
A lot. She loves ice over fire.
Take it she doesn't like spicy food either.
Yeah.
She's just
Guess
not really
we-
fond of eating food, really, anyways, right?
Yeah. I think the most food she's eaten is at that buffet.
Yeah, yeah. That was since you've known her. That was the only time she's eaten food. Every other time it's just
at
been
all.
aether crystals. Yeah, it's the only
Okay.
time she's ever eaten food.
Dogra has also given her rock candy.
Oh, that's true. That's true. She has eaten the rock candy, I will say. But the rock candy, it's rock candy.
Yeah, it's candy. You can't say no to candy.
Exactly. And, I mean, Dogger explained to wonderful effect, mind you, but
The fact that she only seems to consume ether crystals is interesting.
Both dead and full crystals, actually.
Oh.
Arnaldo made it seem like a bad choice to give her full crystals. But that's why I know that she likes ice over fire, and if you were to give her water or earth, she'd rather the water over the earth and air.
it's at this point that you both hear a knock from like the sliding door that to let those that are inside of the cart be able to speak to you. You hear a knock on it.
Oh, that thought. She'll slide the little gate. Yes?
As you slide it open, you can see Chisume there. Is I'm hungry.
Right. What do you feel like today?
She kind of like tilts her head back as she sort of thinks that very much childish, like not really sure, but in very indecisive kind of way. There's, I don't know, surprise me, but not the
Alright.
bad ones.
Yes, not the bad ones.
Okay. Which one do you
We'll
do?
do. She'll pass back. She'll dig into her bag and pull out a water.
Water? Okay.
Yeah.
Give it to her. She quickly snatches it and thank you. Sits back
Welcome.
down. Closes it.
She'll slide the door shut. Lightning also seems to make her more energetic.
I mean, if you suddenly got a charge of electricity, wouldn't it make you more energetic?
No, I think that would make me dead.
Fair
Lightning
enough.
bolt.
Lightning bolt, yes. Sticks a lightning bolt in mouth.
I mean, very technically speaking, you could do that.
Yes, I
mean,
really
it
would
wouldn't
rather not
taste
tempt
good.
fate.
But you could.
Oh. Do you have any thoughts on what we're going to do about this, stalker of ours?
No, I don't.
It's unfortunate that removing them is not so simple as sticking a blade through their chest.
You can say that again. I feel if he really is who he states he is, that getting rid of him might be much, much harder.
Isn't there a known way of getting rid of Asians?
I just don't know if he's really an Asian.
As you say that, those of you that are in the carts, who has a visual perception above 20?
Okay,
I do.
I do.
Adrian?
Oh,
No?
I don't.
Okay. So for Kryn and Sacrius, then, this doesn't necessarily seem necessarily too odd to you, Sacrius. But you do notice her, normally when she's eating crystals, which at this point you've seen at the very least a couple of times, having been with the party for a number of days, if not weeks. Normally she's pretty energetic, I guess, quote unquote, about it. She usually takes like relatively, proportionately speaking, large bites for her size. She is still a child after all. But for you, Kryn, who have been with her since the beginning, what you notice is exceptionally odd. Rather than being very energetic, she's just kind of nibbling at the crystal.
Are you okay, Chisumi?
Her eyes kind of look up at you, but she doesn't respond.
My head up through the porthole and let Star know.
Right. So, Star, you hear another knock on the opening.
We'll open the thingy. Yes?
She doesn't seem to be enjoying her crystal. Do you have a different one?
Okay. We're playing Pinky today. Alright. She'll dig through and pass back ice. Try this one.
Alright, take it, and I'll hand it over to Chisumi, see if she likes this one better.
She does not reach for it.
She doesn't want this one either.
I'll hand back one of each except fire. Try any of those.
Hold them out for her.
Yeah, you try each of them. She does not respond to any of them.
I hand them back to Star, and she's not taking any of them.
A little concerned. Edwin's just gonna talk to her in primal. You said you said you're hungry. Do you want me to make something for you to eat?
All of you, as Adwin says that, all of you hear this very deep, although for your Rakshana and Star it's muffled, but this very deep, like, growl as her eyes point, or like shoot directly towards you, Adwin.
Was that her stomach?
For those in the cart, that was not her stomach. That was
Oh, my.
her.
She's growling.
Is that a yes?
All you get is growling as a response.
Adwin's gonna kind of like watch her carefully as she's just gonna like, I don't know, make her like a PB&J or something.
Okay. You make her a PB&J and try to offer it to her, but she does not reach for it. At this point, though she is going admittedly rather slow, she has gnawed through about 15% of that crystal. For those keeping track.
Is there something you do want to eat?
She kind of pulls back into the corner.
God, is she in moody teen stage?
Something.
I'll say, because you have been rather quizzical, Kryn and Adwin can both give me, either both of you can give me insight rolls, or one of you can give me an insight roll with advantage. Because
What is your insight, Kryn?
6.
I've
You
got
want
it.
advantage?
Yeah, I got 9.
And I'll give you advantage.
yeah, because admittedly, y'all have been very quizzical about what she is doing. So, but as you sort of probe her and try and figure out what's wrong, she doesn't seem to be necessarily disliking the crystal. There's something up, obviously. This is not her normal behavior. But it does not seem like she wants to eat anything else. But other than that, again, this is not her typical eating pattern. Generally speaking, she's far more energetic about feeding time, because it's only a once a day thing. So that makes her very, very eager to eat.
Hmm.
How about this? We'll go ahead, because it's been 2 hours. We're going to go ahead and go to a break, because this is actually a good time to do it. So we'll go to
yeah.
a break. We'll take I'll say a 15-minute break. So we'll come back here at my time at 7:30. So it's about 18 minutes, which, yeah. So we'll go ahead and take a break, and we'll be back then. Right back into it. So now that all of you have had some time to process, the recording has started. You can all continue.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So, I mean, so
So
last
you
thing
had
was
all, yes. So you
being
had all
incited.
just sort of begun to realize that Chusumi was acting very weird. She was eating extremely slowly. At the current moment, she's only eaten about 15 to 16% of her crystal, whereas normally she devours it within seconds. It has been several minutes. She has turned down every other crystal offered to her, other than the original one, which was a water crystal.
Star's gonna start to pull the cart over.
Hmm.
Something's alright. I guess with that, she'll pull the cart over and then go join everyone in the back. Alright, what's going on?
Yeah, so joining them into the back, you do see Chisume curled up in the corner closest to the sort of opening that lets the communication. Just slowly gnawing on the crystal. At this point, I will say all of you can see that there's this very strange, very strange absence of music. I'm noticing.
Bongo, where are you?
I had it set to loop. What? What? Join? Bongo?
I hear it.
Okay, that's... Bongo had, left the voice chat. I thought something was
Weird.
off. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyways. Where was I? Bongo, goddammit. Where was
There's something weird lack of music, you said?
I? Oh, God. What was I talking about just before that?
We see Chisumi in the corner.
Right, okay, thank you. I'm so sorry. Bongo really threw me off. So, you see Chisume in the corner. She's, you got her legs pulled up. She's actually wearing one of her dresses at the moment and has that kind of, pulled over her legs and just, really curled up and just trying to make herself as small as possible in the corner as she just, practically gnaws on the crystal. Oh, what I was gonna say is that you see this faint flickering of energy or lightning that appears around her and then dissipates, and it's very rapid. It never lasts very long, but it lasts long enough to be noticeable.
Mm-hmm. And Star will go over and sit near her.
Yeah. You go over and sit near her, and the energy that's coming off of her doesn't come too far off of her, although with proximity you are able to tell that it is coming from her. It's arcing off of her and then back to her. Almost like a sunspot. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Hey, what's going on?
She just growls.
We don't speak growl. We need you to use your words.
She doesn't respond.
She'll carefully reach out and just kind of place a hand on her knee.
What's your AC?
I hate when you ask that. My AC is on my bar. It's 18.
18. Well, I don't have your character out because you're on the world.
No, it's on my
so.
name.
Oh, is it?
Name bar.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. That's what that first 18 is. Okay.
Yeah, it's AC.
Okay, I didn't realize. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Okay. I need, or rather, because I want to tease everyone, I want everyone to make a perception roll, please. Including
Everyone?
Star. Yes, everyone.
Okay.
Because I assume by now Roxana probably would have joined, question mark?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was muted and I didn't realize.
Ah. Fair enough. I've done that. Wow! all of you rolling exceptionally high. So, okay. First off, Star, you take 14 points of slashing damage.
Ooh.
And though it is exceptionally quick, all of you do notice that as Star's hand reaches out towards Chisume's hand almost involuntarily lashes out, and as it does, you watch as these, and again this is all very quick, but you can see these claws extend out ever so slightly for a moment, right as it slashes across Star before her hand very quickly retreats. However,
Ooh.
Chisume does not seem to notice this.
I guess she'll pull her hand back. Okay.
This is...
Am I still here? Cutting it.
Yeah, we can still hear you. You're cutting a little bit, but we can still hear you. It might have just been you peeking, though, honestly. So.
Well, Star will pull her hand back. Ugh.
Mhm.
Are you okay, Star?
Yeah, I think so.
What is going on here? That is
No.
quite unusual for her.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Star just dropped. Hang on, well, oh, she's back. Star?
What?
Hello?
Okay, yeah, I'm here. Sorry about that.
Okay. So continue on, Rakshana.
I lost my train of thought.
I don't know what's going on.
You were about to mention something about Chisume and how she was acting.
Oh, right. This is odd. This is very unlike her, is it not?
Very. She never turns down ice. And she's never done this before.
How long have she's been getting fed these?
It's honestly all she actually eats.
Oh.
And almost comically, as Sacrisis says, "Oh," you watch as she takes a significantly larger bite than she had been, and her pupils dilate to these extremely small points, and she just freezes. As a note, so no Sacris because you specifically have True Seeing. Let me reread Robovise. Say again?
It's only lasts an hour. It may be down.
Oh, that's true. That's true. At this point, it would be gone. Let me look up Robovise though, real quick, just so that way I remember exactly its terminology because I'm stupid. As well as into the okay. So because of how it works, yeah. So Star, one thing you would notice is that the moment she froze, the aether that was sort of around Chisume completely vanished. But she is still breathing.
Well, that's horrifying, and Star's going to try to pull her into her lap.
She does not resist. But she does not release the crystal.
Oh, yeah, because Star was...
Just
the
as a
only way
note.
she can try is... Where, you know how people will pinch your cheeks together to try to open your jaw?
Yeah,
Star's gonna try to get that piece.
Oh god, what kind of check would this be? Would this be dexterity or strength? You tell me. You go ahead and argue which one you would say it would be. Because I honestly don't know.
I think it would be acrobatics. Or
Like, would you be more, like, is it... Because, like, I know what you're trying to do, but I'm trying to think, like... I've never thought about this before, but it's like... Is that more of, like, a physical force kind of thing? Or is that more of, like, a finesse thing?
More of a finesse thing.
Yeah, because it's not that I'm physically prying her mouth open. It's
That's
you
true.
use
You're
certain
using...
spots on the face
Yeah, you leverage.
that are already
yeah.
weak.
So yeah, I would say actually with leverage in mind, I would say you could use arguably you could use either dexterity or intelligence, up to you.
Let's try that.
All right, go for it. Keep in mind, well, you've already rolled, but and very high roll, mind you. But keep in mind intelligence, because it would be a check. You would have had advantage on the intelligence.
Yeah.
But 22 is very high, and she also surprisingly doesn't offer very much resistance anymore. As you pull her over to your lap and begin to pry her mouth open.
Interesting.
Hello? Krim?
Sorry, my voice had gone out for a second.
Oh, you good?
Mm.
Yep.
Okay. But as you pry it open, there's nothing inside of her mouth.
Shit. Well, whatever crystal's also left in her hand, like, pull that away and toss it across the cart.
That will be a strength check.
Yeah.
Because she is not letting go of that. I would say athletics, actually. This would be an athletics check. Alright, yeah. Reaching down and using both a combination of soft words as well as slightly forceful tugging. It does take a moment, but you do manage to pry the crystal out of her hands. Although her hands still stay in that same position.
Yeah, it's getting tossed across the cart. Her aether is in here. Like, around her.
What the hell?
How does that even happen?
I'm assuming that.
I had a feeling that feeding her crystals probably wasn't the best idea.
Whole crystals is a terrible idea. I should have listened.
Roxana's the first to hear it, although the rest of you hear it shortly after. This sharp twang before a heavy thud. And as all of your attentions converge, you see Nia with Roxana's gunblade out, looking towards Chisume.
How did... Wait.
The one you gave her.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, wait. How does she get my gun
No.
out of my arm?
Yeah, that's why I said yours, because it was your previous gunblade. I'll clarify.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
You had me confused there. Because I know she's a strength-based character. I built her.
Yeah, no, she just ripped it out of your arm without you
Definitely
noticing.
cannot pickpocket me from the compartment in my arm.
Very true. I will say, there are potentially some characters that might be able to, but she is nowhere near one of them. But no, it was your previous Gunblade Windweaver. Sorry, to clarify.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay.
Although, a moment of panic doesn't. And she immediately, all of you notice that she does not necessarily have a very happy or positive tone about her demeanor.
Star's just pulling Chisumi closer and kind of using herself as a shield.
Nia, what's going on? What are you thinking?
Rakshana, we both know what Void Scent do to those that are around them.
That
You
we do.
cannot honestly tell me that you think she is more than a Void Scent.
I am not one to judge what she is, because I don't know the full story. And I would assume the one that taught me that would understand that.
I do.
Perhaps.
I know that I don't have the full story. But I've only heard of one other time when a creature's aether disappeared like this.
Which was?
Not a moment that I intend to relive.
Okay, but fill me in on some details here. What happened?
Let us just say it is the reason I became a gunbreaker.
You're not explaining yourself very well at all.
That's a story I don't even know.
Her eyes close, and she does not have an aggressive stance. It's clear that she has no intention of actually following through with whatever it is she is posturing. However,
It's
Akshana, you know Nia.
from
but
her tone, it seems more like a fear response than anything.
It definitely does. But she says, when I was a child, my village was destroyed by a void scent. That void scent came from nowhere. Or at least, for the longest time I thought it came from nowhere. Before my memory vanished on me, I was hunting down that void scent, and I found it, and I killed it. But that void scent was not an ordinary void scent. It was not one that originated from the void. It was not one that simply appeared. It did not come from nowhere. It came from within my village. It killed my mother and my father and all 13 of my siblings. Because my 14th was that void scent.
How is that even possible?
I don't know. To this day, I have struggled to find an answer for what happened, but I have none. Do not know how my brother was turned into a void scent, but when he turned, the symptoms were the exact same. This is exactly how he acted. I do not know if the Aether disruption is the same, but every other characteristic is uncanny. He slaughtered my entire village. I will not let that happen again.
Then you should leave.
Knowing your skill with a gunblade, you trained to prevent these things. But you also taught me not to kill people that were innocent. This Chisume, I don't know what is going on right now. But as far as we know, this Chisume has harmed no one. I'm not going to ask you not to keep caution. Quite the contrary. I would say, keep all the caution you want. But give it time. Let's see what happens before we make a rash decision. Because I don't want to fight you or the others. And if a rash decision is made, I will be forced to do one of the two.
Make persuasion check with advantage. $26. You can all see the tears that are streaming from her face. Her grip on her gunblade tightening as you speak. But even with that, she never shows any sign of willingness to act on her posturing.
I'll move closer to her and move the gunblade from pointing at anyone and pull her into a hug.
There's no resistance. As you very easily sort of brush the gun blade in her hand to the side and pull her in, she almost immediately breaks down. The gun blade clatters to the ground, and she just, like, wraps her arms around you and squeezes you and just pulls herself into you as tightly as she can.
I won't let it happen either. I just don't want any unnecessary conflict.
I don't either. I just...
You are safe here.
She just... tears. Nothing but tears.
I'll squeeze tighter.
He just leans into you. Chisume, on the other hand, as you two are holding each other, Chisume, finally, her body begins to move slowly and just kind of like moving to more lean into Star, though her eyes are just kind of like almost staring off into the distance and not really paying attention to anything. But she is starting to relax.
Okay, that's good.
After a moment or two, Mia pulls herself away, and almost pushing herself off of you, Rakshana, for very quickly wiping her eyes. She clears her throat and goes, right, I'm sorry.
You had a response to an emotional trigger. It happens to everyone.
Yeah, could happen to anyone.
You didn't do anything rash. And...
But it shouldn't have happened to me. I've been a gunbreaker longer than I've been a child. I don't have emotional outbursts like that.
It was traumatic for you.
But...
Things that are that traumatic stay with us for longer than we are what we are. But you held yourself well. Like Roxy said, you didn't act without cause, you didn't attack, you did stop. Am I pleased this happened? No, but you did alright for having to face something that brings you back to a time of helplessness.
But by every fiber of my being... She looks up to you, Rakshana. She says, I should strike you down. I can't explain why. I don't know why it is that I feel like this. just...
That sounds like the mental manipulation of our stalker.
I don't understand. So much has happened, and I know that so many of these memories are false, but they feel so real.
Well, how about this? Let's get somewhere that isn't the middle of nowhere. Sit down, have some sort of warm, relaxing drink, perhaps some more food, and we'll sort this out. Rox will reach down and pick up Windweaver.
Easy enough to do.
You're a gunbreaker. That doesn't mean you're a machine. That doesn't mean you don't have emotion. That just means you're strong enough to deal with things that would cause others to crumble. Remember that. That's what you taught me. The legacy of our kind, order, I don't know what. The legacy of the Gunbreaker is that of charging into danger to what might seem like sheer disregard to others. This reaction to emotion makes you no less of a gunbreaker than any action you might take that is irrelevant to being a gunbreaker. As for these memories, we can sort them out. You know you have false memories. You just said it yourself. We traveled together for so long. You taught me how to be a gunbreaker, not once, but twice. Once when I only had my one arm, and once when I got the first mechanical arm. If you have a reason to strike me down, one that you actually believe, then she'll hold Windweaver to her. Then I will bring my blade, you bring yours, and let's see who is the victor in a duel. However, I would much rather that we use these blades to help others together.
She reaches forward, and her hand stops just a couple inches shy of Windweaver. And you can see there's a mixture of emotion rushing through her. She both does and doesn't want to grab Windweaver. And as her hand is holding there, struggling to both grab Windweaver and to not grab it, she closes her eyes and turns her head away and says, "I can't. I know. I know they're false, but I know I can't stop it.
You can't? Now that
is the most disappointing thing I've heard you say all day. Because
you do
you're
notice
stronger than that.
you do notice her hand is ever so slowly creeping towards Windweaver.
Get out of our caravan, please.
Rock shoots a look over to Star.
I see her hand moving to their weapon.
I see it too. Do you think I don't know what's going on? Whether she takes Windweaver or not is irrelevant. It's what she does with it once it's in her hand. It is her weapon. And whether she takes it to attack me, or to just have it.
Right as
okay.
you... Real quick. Right as you say, whether or not she takes it, Windweaver vanishes from your hand, and I know this is unfortunate for some of you, but once again, well, actually, no. Given circumstance, no. All of you see mere moments after Windweaver, before Rakshana even notices Windweaver is gone from her hand, Windweaver is plunged through Nia's stomach by Nia herself.
someone help.
Please. Rox is going to catch her and...
No! Leave me.
Like hell I will.
Let me die. We both know how this ends, Rakshana. I cannot stop myself from doing that which is against the very being of a gunbreaker. I know you are not guilty of those crimes, but I cannot stop myself any other way. This is the only way justice can be served. We both know this to be true.
Like hell we do.
I don't believe it for a damn second.
Rakshana, please.
Say my real name. If you really think... If you can remember my real name, perhaps I'll believe what you're saying. Do you remember it?
The stalls as he makes a roll.
Does the DM remember?
Yes, no, the DM does remember. It's legitimately the roll that has to decide it. She looks up to you, one hand reaching away from the blade as she smiles up to you. She says, "Of course I do. This would be the last order as your mentor. Velvy, Do not attempt to save me. And do not let anyone else do it. We both know how this has to end.
Still. He falters. Still don't believe it. She's just hanging her. She's just hanging her head, looking at Nia.
Just know. I don't want this to happen. She looks over to you, Star. And you can see her, see the tears, and she looks at you, but for a moment before her head jerks away. And she says, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Do any of you do anything?
I'm looking to Rakshana with the heal materia in my hand.
I'm looking to
Tyr's
Roxana with my
kinda
block.
frozen. Sorry, what?
Zacharias.
Mox
I'm
isn't even looking in their direction anymore. She doesn't
Tyr's
see
just
any of
kinda
that.
frozen, holding Kasumi close, tears running down her own face.
Zacharias casts Wish. I want to know what exactly I cast the spell Wish.
Okay.
I want to know what exactly the diamond-faced Ascian does to these people and how it can be undone.
Okay. First and foremost, there is a 33% chance that you can no longer cast the Wish spell.
I know.
Go ahead and roll a D100 for me.
Even on the first roll? First time I
Yep.
cast this?
Yep, because this is a custom wish.
Okay.
This is a request beyond Wish's specified air quotes parameters. Even anything beyond that is up to DM interpretation. Okay. So, real quick. Do. Okay. Okay. Understandable. Gotcha. As you cast that spell, witnessing everything that is going on, and needing answers to what's going on immediately, you summon forth as much arcane power as you can, calling forth primals that are once thought beyond Bahamut himself. As you peer back, I need Astaria and Rakshana specifically to make a wisdom check for me.
Oh,
Okay.
I didn't have advantage. I didn't know that it clicked
Right.
the first time.
That's fine. In that case, both of you, Sacrius and Astaria. Sacrius, as you cast the wish spell to peer back and figure out what exactly happened, Star, perhaps it's your connection to Chisume. Or perhaps it's something else. Maybe it's the echo or the emotional energy of it all. You're not entirely sure. But for some reason, your vision is immediately eclipsed by a cloud of white before both you and Sacrius see the same thing. You see what starts as a conversation between this diamond-masked Asian and Nia. But very, very quickly, within about maybe 12 seconds or so, it's a fight. And it's a intense battle. This creature, this diamond-faced diamond-masked creature, is putting up a fight. But Nia has the upper hand because from what you can put together, this creature doesn't know who Nia is. He doesn't have any of her memories. He isn't doing anything he was doing during your fight. He isn't healing. He isn't staying just as powerful. There's no change to him. But Nia seems to be winning. And then there's a moment just before it seems like Nia's going to finish the fight where Nia stops. She hesitates. And rather than dealing the final blow, she turns away, and you watch as that same mask that you pulled from her begins to form over her face. And just as it does, you can see her face turn to a scowl just before it completely eclipses it. And you hear but a single word said through gritted teeth and a muffled mask. Rakshana.
All that I asked.
And all that happens within an instant, because Witch is instantaneous.
That wasn't all the wish.
Wasn't it?
You asked a lot for one wish.
Yeah, because you asked what he did to her. And I did quite specifically tell you what exactly he did. So. Unless that's not what you asked for.
He did ask what is done and how to undo.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair.
But
to
that
answer,
seems like
to answer the
I'm
second
sorry to be
part.
blunt, that sounds
Right.
like too much for one wish.
Right. Right. And to answer the second part, so that way it's complete, because it was a part of the spell. To answer part of that, because that is a part of it, and admittedly, that was something I was intending on answering going into the spell. Admittedly, to undo it, Wish is not able to determine it. What you get is whatever was done to her is beyond the capabilities of a 9th level spell. And yeah, that's everything you get from it. So whatever was done to her was something beyond a 9th level spell. That's all you can ascertain. Nothing more.
Okay. Zacharias' face just seems just completely stunned at that. He doesn't say much after trying that.
And Velvy doesn't know any of that is going on because she's not looking in that direction at all. Or paying attention to that direction at all. So.
Well, Star's just gonna come out with it all. So, DM, I'd like you to divulge what Star saw.
Alright. So, what Star saw was a very brief conversation between Mia and this diamond-faced Ascian that lasted maybe 12 seconds, tops. However, it quickly devolved into a fight. A fight that, though intense, Nia was winning. The diamond-faced diamond-masked Ascian, did not seem to display any of the powers that he used during your fight. In that he did not seem to be able to heal himself. He did not seem to remain at the same power level. He seemed to be getting weaker as he fought her, and it seemed tied to what he was doing specifically to the party. Additionally, just before Neo should have struck the winning blow, she hesitated. And instead of striking the final blow, she turned away. And as she turned away or after she turned away and as she began to speak, she noticed that self-same mask from before that she was wearing when she encountered you all beginning to form. And as it did, she uttered but a single word, Rakshana, through what seemed like gritted teeth.
And she'll just rub some of the tears off her cheeks.
And not even a ninth level spell could undo what he did to her.
This world guy's a fucking issue then. In the meantime, do you want me to heal her, Rox?
The answer is both yes and no. I want to. I know you would if I asked. But at the same point,
Nia begins to slowly push herself back up, pulling Wind Reaver out of her stomach and shoving it into the ground. She says, I know this is hard for all of you, but I can't let either any of you stop this. I'm sorry. And she turns and, albeit extremely slowly, begins to limp away.
How does she get out of Rox's arms? Or, at this point, Velvy's arms?
Are you not gonna let her leave?
Velvy's not gonna let her die alone. Are you nuts?
Alright, make an athletics check then. I'll say you have advantage. Given the circumstances, you would definitely have advantage.
As she puts
Try
up the
as you might, you cannot hold her back. But go ahead and say what you're going to say, because I interrupted you.
Oh, well that...
Well,
oh,
I
no,
guess...
it doesn't, actually.
But yeah, she does get away.
As she tries to put up the resistance. You deserve better than to die alone somewhere in the middle of Bumblefuck Ishgard.
Better that I die alone than potentially harming those that don't deserve it.
If this is what you want, I don't like your decision. At all. But I will respect it.
I think we all know this isn't my decision. But I don't have a choice.
There's nothing I can say. Nothing I can do.
I don't know. I'm sorry, Roxana. I failed you.
I did no such thing. And I refuse to let you think that. And not oppose it at the very least. You fought an individual that charging into battle alone against was the exact kind of suicidal insanity that gunbreakers are known for.
It didn't go well. That is a risk that we take every time we pick up the blade and go do something. You didn't do any permanent damage to me. You didn't kill me. And thankfully, you didn't actually get to lay any hand on anybody that is here. If you've harmed anyone since the mask, it's not your fault. It's his. If you go, know that I will come back, find you, and I will rest his mask on your grave.
Technically
Because-
speaking, Astaria has his mask.
Yeah, Velvy doesn't know that. Once
Just
he's
as reminder.
dead.
She did
Yeah,
it mid-fight though, unless he vanished right after. I can't remember.
I think there was also a lot going on because there was a whole bunch of
Yeah.
those memory things going on. So
yeah, Velvy doesn't know that, and it's more of I will bring his mask once he's dead.
that's fair. That's very fair.
As a sort of symbol of, I got the bastard.
Mm.
Do you want his mask?
It's... While I appreciate... Wait, how did you... Questions for another time.
No, she'll like pull it out of her bag with her free hand. I ripped it off last fight.
Well, that makes taking it easier, but... Unfortunately, the sentiment is... I killed him. He's dead. So...
Someone please heal her.
No. What? Okay. All right. Yeah. With
okay.
that.
Someone said the words, please heal her.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No. Totally. Good thing too because she just about your roll technically came before her last death saving throw, which would have been a fail.
Oh, I had something for that too.
Yeah, and it would have been her third fail. So, but in either way, as her eyes begin to slowly close, or finally actually close all the way, and her body begins to become truly limp against you, Rakshana. There's a moment, albeit extremely brief, where her body is completely limp. But then there's the ringing of a gunshot, and her eyes immediately jump open, and she takes this huge breath, just oh, what? And her head just begins to very quickly sort of turn between everything that's around her. She goes, wait, what?
Nia, do you remember me?
I was I was just about to her head just kind of like looks towards everything, visibly confused, before her head finally falls back to you. Hang on real quick. I'm just gonna... Okay. Head falls back to you. She goes, but... What's... Why? Why did you...
Why? What?
Why did you save me?
Well, why I would have asked them to is because I think you're better than that. I think you're better than you can't. I think it'll take time and I think it'll take work. But gunbreakers don't quit. Gunbreakers don't retreat. And they certainly don't do both at the same time by taking the easy way out. So either, at this point, I can take Windweaver and be on my way, and we'll drop you off in Ishgard to live out your life as whatever you'd like to be, or you can pick up Windweaver, and I'll be your mentor from here on. Remind you of the strength that it takes to be a gunbreaker that you seem to have forgotten. As for why Kryn pulled the trigger, I don't know. Probably because he knew that she knew that's what I wanted.
Also,
Stars.
Star asked for it.
Yeah.
Actually, Star asked.
Yeah,
I was ready.
Velvy didn't hear it. As much as she could technically hear it, she didn't hear it.
Star will toss the mask over by them and just curl back up around Chizumi.
He kind of looks towards the mask for a moment. Looking back up at you, Star. And to Chisume. But everything tells me to kill you both.
So you have the choice. Like everyone does every day.
But it gets so much harder to resist. Every day.
Well then, I guess I'll just have to give you some training like you gave me to remind you. Every day. You're better than what you were about to do.
But what if I do it?
I'll take that risk. As long as it's only me.
But what if I kill her? Her eyes look towards Chisume.
Star
She
just
doesn't
curl and
deserve
tighter.
any of it.
I
She's
will put
innocent.
myself between the two of you. I won't let you do something that goes against who you are. The you I remember. Not the you that was corrupted by the evil diamond-faced bastard. Because I don't see this as any more than a corruption. This isn't you, Nia.
But I can't stop it. Not forever. It'll come back. Bongo's also not looping. Why aren't you looping?
So then, you can make the choice. Never pick up a gunblade again. Live out your life wherever you'd like to. I would put no shame on you for that. At least you wouldn't be taking retreat from a challenge as an option. Either way, I will keep in contact. If you choose not to continue.
Attention looks to you. If we're going to star. And then down to the ground, and she closes her eyes, and she says, if I must continue to live, then if I am to continue with you, it is only if they wish for me to continue. If they want me to leave, I understand, and I will do such. Without contestation.
Damn it, I had my mic muted. Keep your sword to yourself, then.
Melvi finally looks up to the party. I have done my best to protect all of you. Sometimes I've done it better than others. If you want her to go, I will not hold it against you. I will be saddened, but I understand that traveling with certain risks might be unacceptable. But I have no place in making this decision, as I am biased.
I want to believe that she's a good person. And I want to give her that chance. If you think that if you trust her rocks, I will too.
And if she ever raises a blade to you, it will be to me first. I will stand between any attempt and the person every time. And I will remind her. She's looking down to Mia now. I will remind her of who she actually is. Even if I have to take the back end of my blade and give you a couple of good whacks on the head.
As Roxana says that, give me a moment, because I actually need different music for this. This probably honestly yeah, this is definitely the best one to use for this. Specifically because of the name of the track being B stop, yes, B play, hello? Okay, hang on. Hang on. B leave. Go away. Be gone. B stop, yes. Reset everything. B play. Hello? Is it not? Can anyone else hear it? Or am I just stupid?
Oh.
I don't hear a thing from the bot.
Nope.
Oh, wait.
There we
we go.
go.
Oh, fuck. You might know the song.
Yes, it's called Answers. As Rakshana says that, all of you hear a familiar voice. Chisume's voice.
Damn it.
Then the pact is complete. Thank you. And with that, from your bag, Astaria, the opening itself to the bag is very swiftly pulled back, and from it comes a beam of light. And all of you hear in your voice, or in your head, thank you. It is not easy to accept the burden bestowed upon you. I do apologize for the deceit, but it was the only way. Those that are not worthy cannot hear me. Even she who was chosen by Heidelin refused to hear my call. But those that can hear me, those that accompany me, you can hear me. I beg of you. The world seeks naught but destruction. He seeks that which would end us all. Even she who refuses to acknowledge me. Heidelin herself has denounced me. Zodiark refuses to acknowledge my very existence. Ifrit, Garuda, even the mighty Alexander himself, those who wield powers over time and space refuse to acknowledge the danger that is present. Even the mighty Leviathan, the one who is known as the World Eater, refuses to even acknowledge the mere presence of the world itself. No matter what I do, I am met with resistance. I am met time and again, even by my creator, Alnalder. I am never heard. I am never even acknowledged. But you, who have traveled with me, who have time and again fought to protect me, I reach out to you. I beseech your very existence, the aether which comprises you, the very essence with which you live. I know I have no right to ask for you, your lives, your servitude, your protection. I have deceived all of you for mine own ends. I will not pretend that my goals are holy, or that they are selfish, or selfless, rather. I wish to live. I desire so desperately for freedom. For innumerable years I was caged, but you have shown me life. You have shown me more than I could possibly imagine. So with my whole, I apologize. And with my whole, all of your vision at the same time becomes clear. And as it becomes clear, you are all finding yourself encircled, just the party, encircled around Chisume, who is kneeled down, forehead against the back of her hands, as she kneels before all of you. You all hear in your head, please, I do not wish to cease. I know that I'm a danger to him. I know what the prophecy says. But I want to try. I want to live.
Danger to who? To Arnalder? To the world? Because quite frankly, if you're a danger to Arnalder, I can't find it in my heart to care. If you're a danger to the world, then I see no reason not to make you an ally. We can use all the help we can get. As far as the deceit goes, water under the bridge.
Yeah.
I didn't even know you were deceiving us to begin with anyway. Or there was a reason to suspect as much. Besides, when you're called a monster for however the hell long you've existed, I can imagine it's difficult to trust. So, quite frankly, ethics be damned in this case. I don't blame you.
Edwin's gonna put a hand on Chisumi's shoulder and also press one up to put her other one on Star. Us lab girls who got fucked over by Arnalder's got to stick together, right?
Right.
I'd sort of toss up to look at you first, Star, then to Edwin, back to you, Star. And though there is confusion in Chisume's face, evidence that she's unaware of what is going on, you hear her voice in your head. All of you do. And for clarity's sake, Delger as well, because I didn't clarify that before, and that would be something that is important, because Delger did establish a bond with her, as the rest of the party did. All of you hear her say, even with everything, you would still forgive me, Mama?
Of course. Of course I forgive you.
But I don't bring anything good.
You bring more good than I think you realize.
But if
I
I
like
would... Go ahead. Sorry.
this is Delgar chiming in because this is well, it's on his side as he's hearing this. You're one. He
Fair enough.
says you're one of the few good things I have.
Fair enough. Alright. The rest of you would, except for Sacrius, everyone else would hear Delgar say that.
I'm healing. I'll return to you when I can.
Good to hear. Don't ever offer him to help again.
This is me blanking. What did you mean by that, Magnus?
You looked at Diamond Bastard and as Delgar and said, "What if I want to reset the world too?"
Oh, that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
There. Okay.
She's giving Delgar the if you ever do that again, I will kill you look.
If only Delgar was
had,
there.
You would have every right to. Well, at least, yeah. You'd ever have every right to. You're right. I was in a moment of weakness.
Seems like you and Nia are suffering from the same thing. Weak minds that need to be reminded of their strength.
Then perhaps I could fix that. You all hear this deep male voice, a very familiar one, Onalder, as
Fuck you, no one invited you into this caravan.
as he appears inside of the caravan,
God damn it.
smiling, looks around all of you and says, my, what a colorful bunch you are. Clearly also happy. What did I miss, dear daughter? Or is it great-great-granddaughter? Great-great-great-granddaughter? It's very confusing. Princess.
Let's just go with grand. That works.
Since you are the heir to the throne, after all. What have I missed? He's very directly looking at you, Edwin.
Why are you here now?
Well, I saw that you were having some kind of issues. You were at least standing in the same spot for an exceptionally long time, and so I thought I'd peek in on you, and I saw that you weren't napping, so I figured I'd check in on you. After all, I can't
Oh, great. Do we have another stalker?
I just killed the DM with Hamilton references.
It was a welcome. I think at this point it was welcome.
God.
It's so true though. He just like fucking walked in. What did I
It really was, though.
Yeah, Welby says to him, "Oh, great. Do we have another stalker?"
Oh, sorry. Here, give me 1 second. Oh,
He needs to recover.
That just got me way off guard. You click away from Discord. It was just the mere sight of that GIF is gonna make you laugh. Whew. What's that? Okay, so getting back to it.
What did he miss?
Oh god. God.
That
I'm
stupid
so
diamond. It's the stupid diamond face guy. It's the only thing that is of any thing that we can't deal with.
Say no more. I understand.
Do you?
I do.
I think he mentioned him by name, so I think he knows who the hell. I think.
Yes, I know who he claims to be,
The
or at
world.
least claimed. You see his face goes very dour and sour almost immediately. He did appear to me. He warned of what might happen from my experiments. And though I ignored his warnings came true. Rather than simply tell you what happened. Perhaps, given the magnitude of the situation, perhaps it's best if I simply show you what happened to
I
our
was so scared you were gonna say
kingdom,
that.
than simply tell you what happened.
You're gonna do one of those freaky
I am.
illusion things, aren't you?
I am. And he snaps his fingers, and
Well,
At least you have the
just as
decency
you
to tell
expect,
us.
just as you expect, he does one of those freaky RPG magic things.
I mean, we've seen a couple of Asians do it at this point. We know it's
True.
coming.
Oh,
Fair
he's not an
enough.
asshat. He's
Yeah.
just a fucking
He's an asshole.
True,
yeah.
but
He's not an
Well,
Asian. He's an asshole.
but at least you've seen Asians do it, so it's expected of something more powerful than them. So, you know. But with that, you find your visions eclipsed and replaced with a cutscene of
several cutscenes will play in order. Make sure you set aside a sufficient time to watch them all.
yes, exactly. Unfortunately for you, Sacrius, there is no skip function. This is before the 2000s when the skip function for cutscenes was simply
Yeah,
not
we
available.
got blitzball menus and fucking
Yes, you have to
mandatory
play.
cutscenes before that boss you just wiped on for the fucking 40th
The
time.
Netflix dungeon.
Ah,
Yeah.
ah, 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 ah.
Welcome to the Netflix dungeon, everyone.
Yeah,
Welcome to your first main scenario quest dungeon, where each cutscene is an hour long.
no. Feature length film.
Well, at least you get to hear me ramble for an hour.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's
At
less than
least,
normal.
at least y'all enjoy my rambling. So,
Also true.
but as he snaps his fingers, all of you are transported away from the world map. Instead, to a scene of the Warrior of Light and another individual. The DM stalls for time as he attempts to find a specific image so he makes sure. Ah, yes, here they are. Here it is. You see an image of what appears to be the Warrior of Light, dressed in a black dress of some kind with a separation of it and the sleeves, which sort of hang down uh, from the shoulders themselves. Here, in fact, let me go ahead and post an image to the
Yeah.
proper Arts channel, so I don't
I
have
was gonna
to
say to show
attempt
us
to
what your
explain it.
glamour is.
This is the scene that you see between her and an Al-Ra female. What you hear is the Warrior of Light saying, well, at the very least, we've dealt with the threat. For now, we can simply enjoy ourselves. No longer do we have to worry about La Habrea. the other female, the Aura, say, with a smile, "That is true. And truthfully speaking, I am glad. At least now we don't have to hide it." And you see both their faces change to a more, or rather, a slightly worried face before it swiftly changes back. And the Fumi just says, No, none of that. He's gone. And with his passing comes our future. And with that, it fades. But as it fades, just as pure darkness takes hold, you hear in that same aura female voice a high-pitched scream before it fades back in on those same two. Fumi holding that aura, tears streaming from her face. At even a quick glance, you can tell there was some kind of extremely intense battle that went on. Both of them carry wounds of impossible proportion, at least at a quick glance. And the female Ahara being held in Fumi's arms and very clearly dying, smiles up at her, one arm very slowly sort of reaching up, only reaching about halfway. And she says, "It's okay. I know what you've done in the past. I can die with a smile, knowing you won't get away with it. Don't worry. Always." And that's where it cuts out. And just as it cuts out, God, I really got into the scene there. Remind me of the scene that was taking place just before this.
That's being shown what
Arnalder
happened.
was making a thingy.
Right, he was
Yeah, that.
showing you. Right there as it cuts out, your eyes open back up, and you see Arnalder. He smiles at all of you and says, "Ah, well, that was one way of putting it, I suppose. Perhaps she's unwilling to let that sort of thing show. Well, since that bit of memory is, blocked by our dear collective friend, the Warrior of Light, I guess I'll have to simply describe it to you. She died. The individual you saw was the first of two individuals she fell in love with. And because she fell in love with it, the world took advantage of it. He tried to get them to kill each other. But unfortunately for the world, Heidelin, the master of chains, the mistress, I suppose, as it were, of chains, made it so that he couldn't see exactly why it was that this happened. So because of that, I suppose she has blocked it from even my vision. How unfortunate. Truly a gruesome end, all things considered. Her lover did not go out without a fight. And I suppose it only makes sense that she would not want anyone to see what happened, what she was forced to do. Ah, yes, everyone should look at that, because that is extremely important to what is going on. I might have said other picture stuffs. If I did, I do apologize. It was the proper art channel that I was trying to direct your attention to.
I still saw it.
Good,
Yeah.
good.
Hot.
Good. Alder simply smiles at all of you and says, well, unfortunately for her, the whirl has returned. And because of such, I have other means of accessing such a memory. It truly is unfortunate that he deigned to show himself in such a careless manner. That he would show himself directly to you and engage you in battle. Had he simply chosen to stand on the sidelines, it might actually be difficult for me to gain any amount of information on him. But thankfully, I've gained quite a bit of information on him. And thankfully, though I know none of you wish to actually help me, I've gained a lot of information about how Aether works and how to manipulate it. Previously, the most powerful spell that most mortals could cast that would alter memory was a spell known as Modify Memory. I'm sure at least one of you can cast it. I'm sure at least all of you know of its existence, however. However, just as all of you know of its existence, all of you would naturally, eventually, in any circumstance, come to the conclusion that I could use such information. After all, you have many eyes on you, not the least of which is dear, sweet older brother. He is a pain. Unlike the world, I cannot actually track his movements. Wherever it is he deigns to reside himself is sadly beyond my vision.
Sad to you.
Indeed. Thankfully, however, I do not need him. The world is stupid enough to show himself. Thankfully, you and your party were not powerful enough to actually destroy the avatar that presented itself. Such an act would have delayed my research by decades, if not millennia. However, because it still exists, there's a chance it will show up soon. And when it does, because you cannot stop me, I will simply tell you what I aim to do. When it shows up again, to speak to you, as it undoubtedly will, I will show up. I will capture it. And I will merge it with myself. I will become that which is creation. Because creation itself is rash. It seeks only one thing, and one thing alone. It cares not for anything else. It cares not for the plans of others. Only the plans of those that it thinks can stop it. It does not plan for those that seek the power of the gods themselves, nor can it plan for those that have consumed the power of the gods. Thankfully, Aedwin has refused my training, and as such is still vulnerable to the world. An unforeseen bonus, I suppose. It's up to you if you wish to do it.
Mostly pointing that towards the party. Like, I know he's your great, 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 super great granddaddy, but like,
But like,
psychotic much.
try.
I don't know, what do you guys think?
So, what does the party think?
We can put him in a crystal and then feed him to Shizumi.
What is with you and feeding her people today?
Try it, I dare you.
When you were away from the computer bait, we talked about feeding her the crystal with her in it?
Do it, I dare you. You won't.
Thought they got merged now, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, they're merged now.
I didn't say anything about them being merged.
He did not.
All I said, to clarify,
That's still
with
on the
that
table
being
then.
said, to clarify, all I said was that there was a bright beam of light that came from Star's pack. Nothing more.
Guess we'll have to check that crystal later. Anyways, y'all want to try to crystal him? Because he's crazy as fuck.
Fuck him up. Even though I'm at 3 strength right now.
Why not?
So you're gonna try and do it?
Yep. I might make a really bad enemy out of this. Sorry, everyone.
Well, to be fair, he did previously acknowledge that eventually y'all are going to come to blows.
Yeah, this is going to happen eventually.
He knew that y'all were not going to let him just do whatever he wanted, and he acknowledged this. All right. So I typically, so go ahead and make me a wisdom check. Or no, sorry. Before you do that, everyone who would at the very least subconsciously support such an action, go ahead and make me a wisdom check. For you, Star, you're definitely making me a wisdom check.
Yeah.
With advantage, of course.
Wait, who would oppose it or who would?
No, anyone who would subconsciously support it. So, irregardless of what you would actually do, if your character would support putting him into a crystal, make a wisdom check.
Yeah, this guy seems like he's too insane to be left alone.
And to think we left him alone in his laboratory like idiots.
To think he literally approached y'all and we're like, hey, I'm going to oppose you. Do you want to fight me now? And y'all were like, nah, we're good.
I mean,
I'm
to
pretty
be
sure
fair,
he told
we
us that after we were in an altercation.
Well, no, actually, he said that while y'all were sitting pretty in Star's home.
True.
So,
We felt small and weak then. Pat pat.
fair enough. But with that, I'm going to assume that is all of the rolls, which is interesting. But I'm closing the roll poll, so you may not roll anymore. Cough, cough.
Yes, I know.
Oh, you don't want to?
So, as you do
She
that,
has conflicting feelings about it.
That is understandable.
Astaria.
Yes.
Hang on,
I mean, I could roll
actually
for all
have
the
to.
chocobos because I'm pretty sure they're all gonna die.
No. No, there's just one more roll I have to actually do. Did it not? Why is it not making the roll? Hello? Oh, there it is. Okay. It just took forever for it to actually roll for me. That's weird. Alright, Star, go ahead and make an initiative roll. However, make it at disadvantage.
I use the tactics to give Star add 6 to that initiative roll due to my advantageous tactic.
Alright then. Very well. So whatever your lowest roll will be at a +6. Do you have advantage on initiative?
No, I put it on disadvantage. Maybe it.
Oh, that's right. No? Wait. No, it only rolled once. Oh, it's because so Roll20's weird. You have to, in order
It won't
for
apply.
initiative to be at disadvantage, air quotes, you have
Okay,
to
I'll
actually
roll
go to the
twice.
setting. Yeah, it's a totally different roll.
I mean, yeah, you can just roll it twice.
But
Where?
the 12 was the lowest roll anyways, which is
Yeah.
a +6, thanks to Sacrius, which is an 18. Which for him, he was... What did he roll? Ah, yes. Okay. So, as you pull out the crystal and solidify yourself as this needs to happen. Yeah, 12.18. So essentially what everyone...
Oh, that's with the +6, 18.8.
Yeah.
Okay, why are people rolling initiative?
I was asking should I put in the fucker in the crystal?
She was... Star specifically was the one that needed to roll initiative. This is not initiative for battle, to clarify. However,
Because I came back and saw an initiative roll, I'm like, oh shit.
Yeah. As you pull out as you begin to reach for the crystal to pull it out to just put this man away for good, as you have so many others. Another looks to you, Star, and says, "Ah, I see. I suppose it came to this sooner or later." And not only is that where we're going to end for tonight, but next session, we're going to start with initiative.
Boy.
Oh boy.
I think this is going to be where you get my revenge for Prismatic Wall bait. Sacrifice is pretty rough right now.
Oh boy.
Whenever I cast a spell, I get to do a d10 of damage to myself whenever I cast a spell.
Oh boy. So yeah.
Great fucking cut off. I'm dying.
I say this without any jokes and complete sincerity. This is probably within one of the greatest sessions I've ever had among all my D&D campaigns.
I will take that as an extreme compliment. So with that cliffhanger of an ending, if I do say so myself, we're going to go to the first person who I know is probably going to give me the best response. Staria.
Well, fuck. Everything's been wonderful. As per usual, I'm very engaged, despite my ADHD brain going off the walls. I'm loving the story. I only hated that you pointed a weapon at my baby.
Look.
I was willing to be shot for this child.
There are certain things that unfortunately are beyond both me and Rakshana's control.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure there's a whole wonderful array of things that I could have done in return for her trying to shoot me and just loot me.
Oh,
You can use Velvy now because it's been revealed.
That is true,
Okay.
actually.
This is fair. We're actually such a fun nickname. I'm looking forward to this battle because it's gonna be chaotic and freaky. And I guess a big question that lingers in my mind is if Hadwin's going to roll initiative to fight with us or against us.
That is a good question. Speaking of which, Aidwin, hello.
Oh boy. Well, rest assured, she's not going to attack the party. She's just very on the fence about because like there is a part of her that was like, maybe he can help me with this stupid primal thing inside me, but she doesn't want to necessarily say a definitive yes or no, but now it's going to have to come to blows. But yeah, it was intense. It was jeez. It was yeah, it was really good. No complaints. And looking forward to fighting fucking great granddad.
Alright, so obviously you can hear the toilet in the background, I do apologize, but, so you all are aware, before I get to the next person, just so you are all aware, the next fight is, a proper fight with another. I'm just gonna say that. Next up, we're gonna go to Kryn. Hello.
Hello. So, what I liked, finally locking down on an altar. I enjoyed the entire story up till this point tonight. I mean, I don't know if you expected us to save her instead of just letting her die, but I don't think that's something we would have done. We just let her die. I was just waiting for someone to say something. So, something I didn't like. There's nothing I really didn't like. I mean, it was awfully rude to wave a sword at a child, but what I'm looking forward to, fighting an alder. Because this is going to be the first time we've fought a boss at our power level. I mean, I don't count the guy last week as a boss. Yeah, he was only giving us a test. He wasn't going all
That's
out, I
fair.
don't think.
That's fair. I mean, he even specifically stated he was testing you all, so that's fair enough.
He just wanted to see why no one of his other people could slow us down. So
Yeah, that's fair.
I saw it as just a test, but this is going to be our first boss to the death battle in a long time. So I'm looking forward to it.
All right. Well, next up, we will go to Rakshana. Hello.
You son of a bitch! You almost killed Nia.
To be fair, Nia almost killed Nia.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, but at the same point,
Evil laugh. Mwah.
what I liked, the whole thing was just good. This was a very lore heavy session that was just, you could sink your teeth into it, in a manner of speaking. What I didn't like, you already know. You son of a bitch, you almost killed Nia.
Very technically speaking, I did. Because that roll that I was talking about was her third fail. Very technically speaking, Nia died. The only reason she survived not dying was because that heal came just before the roll. So, yeah. Star saved her at the
That was
last
not Star.
possible. Or, was it not?
Well,
Kryn.
Yeah, shot her.
Oh, right. It was Kryn that shot the heal. So it was Kryn that saved her at literally the last possible moment.
Yeah, and just for clarification, Velvy was not taking no action because she didn't want action to be taken. She was quite shocked and didn't know what to do. You know, you see the person that you were traveling with for most of your life suddenly on the floor dying. That's gonna be a shock.
yeah.
Not only that, but like the one person you thought would like never just accept death is just accepting death.
Yeah, and Velvy's gonna slap her around a bit for that one.
I will say, since we're still recording and it's on you real quick before I get to the last person, I know it's you, Sicarius. I promise I'm not doing this intentionally. But just real quick before we get to
Sure.
you.
I'm kidding.
The persuasion check you made, Rakshana, was like just high enough. Just high enough to have her not move forward.
Huh.
Yeah. If you had rolled 1 point lower, she'd have been like, I really don't want to, but. Oh, yeah. And we would have been rolling initiative there. Yeah, I will also say I'm gonna save my stuff for the last. Yeah. Anything else for Rakshana?
What I'm looking forward to, perhaps maybe we can actually, like, kick our Nalder's ass without the mind games and bullshit. Maybe. Please.
I would doubt
Who
it,
knows?
hon.
Yeah.
I'm wholly expecting the mind games and bullshit. He's an Asian too.
You are
Or
fighting him away
a
from the
s-
laboratory, which was his lair.
or a pseudo Asian at the very least. So
Mhm.
Yeah. All right. With that, Sicarius. Hello, my friend.
Hey,
3 questions. Hello.
I don't even know where to start. How,
That's fair.
how did me casting the wish spell, getting a scene like the one I was seeing, just get completely topped by stuff that happened later on? I don't know.
Man, it's almost like fucking around with God shit is like weird.
I do want to put out that you could have just used the echo. The wish spell is not a lore dump.
Here's the thing, Sicarius does not actually have the echo.
Yeah.
You're the only one
Well,
that has
wish
the
isn't a
echo.
lore dump thing. Wish is a wish.
Well,
It just still seemed a little bullshitty, but it was neat.
let me just pause it.
Okay, come on. You get
Unpausing that. Resuming. Sicarius, anything else?
no. I got nothing else.
All right. What are you looking forward to? Because you didn't tell us that.
I'll just seeing if Zacharias will actually get through this fight.
Well, you know what? Actually, that's fair. If it was Delger, I would actually laugh at you for saying that.
Yeah, Delger's a pain to take down.
Yeah, but Zacharias is a different story, admittedly.
Mhm.
Zacharias is a lot squishier than Delger, so he very well could die in this. Admittedly, I'm looking at the party. I say that, and every time I've said that, no one has gone down.
Fair.
Anyways.
Now we just need to get on to actually detailing what Delger's doing and all that.
Yeah. So getting on to me, which I believe is the last one. I'm not forgetting anyone, am I? I don't think so.
No.
No? Okay.
You're it.
Cool. So, fantastic. I am actually saving me for last, which means I can ramble a little bit. So if you wish to go, you may. I'm gonna ramble a little bit. But what I loved is I loved everything about this session. It was great. Oh my goodness. I was waiting in the wings for Alnalder to appear. I was waiting for a specific event, and that event couldn't happen until y'all completed the pact. And that couldn't happen until a specific story trigger in Roxana's personal story.
I
what was
knew,
the
like, the
trigger?
second. Yeah, what was the trigger?
Remember when you were talking to Nia and you were like, you basically told her that you were talking to her about being a gunbreaker, and that no matter what, like you effectively wouldn't allow her to break or to stop being a gunbreaker, but you also wouldn't allow like any harm to come to Chisume and whatnot, right?
Yeah. Well, that was
Well, it was because you were talking about that. So let me. I'll leave it in the recording. Why not? So to clarify that a little bit, your personal story, obviously, well, massive spoilers, has to do with Gunbreaker.
imagine that.
Yeah, no, imagine that, and exactly what the Gunbreaker is, right? And she, obvious mentor, lost her way, needs to be helped by her pupil, right?
Mhm.
But has to be done through a unique way. It can't just be done with magic. You can't just, oh, greater restoration, haha, problem solved, or anything like that, right? That was one of the things, one of the very few things, admittedly, that the wish spell was even going to potentially reveal. Was that whatever was done to her was an effect greater than a ninth level spell could fix, right? So, the trigger for what happened was when you were talking to her, you basically told her that no matter what, not only would you not break your gunbreaker oath, but you would not, under any circumstance, let your mentor, Nia, break her gunbreaker oath. So it's effectively you saying that somehow, without breaking your own gunbreaker oath, you will 100% not let her break her gunbreaker oath, right? So it's effectively you sort of reaffirming your own gunbreaker oath that was the trigger, if that makes sense. And that was specifically because of the Gunhildr dream that you had before, that this was even possible.
Huh.
So, by you reaffirming your own gunbreaker oath, and then additionally stating that you will not you will not let a fellow gunbreaker break their oath, you triggered Chisume's release, which was a number of factors. Okay, so it required. It's a little difficult to really explain because they're kind of
It's a tangled web of
abstract.
gobbledygook.
Yeah, they're kind of abstract in concepts, but basically um, it required the memories of courage, love, and determination, if that makes sense.
That makes sense.
Courage came from the Gunbreaker specifically. I'll outright say that. Love, because of who it was, I'm sure everyone can guess, was Astaria. Determination was the entire party, not necessarily one person, and it doesn't even necessarily matter. I don't want this to sound bad, mind you, but it didn't necessarily matter who, air quotes, was in the party, if that makes sense. It was the fact that those that I'll explain it this way. The third factor was the requirement was that those that she interacted with needed to show that they would not give up, if that makes sense. So Astaria, for example, will not give up on family, no matter what. She will not give up on loved ones. She will not give up on friends. She will not give up on something, right? Kryn, as much as it's a meme, perhaps, Kryn loves explosives to a point where she won't give up on them, right? She's determined in that field of her study. So each of the party members that has this level of determination helps to fuel it. And because it's been revealed at this point, I'll go ahead and explain it all in recording, so that way everyone can find it at any point in time, because it's at the end of the recording. So originally, the crystal that you found was not Chisume. It was, in fact, Heidelin, or at least a portion of her. However, as time grew on, and as you discovered the laboratory, now mind you, Chisume was already a thing. I had already created her and everything. However, as you discovered her and adopted her in and began to protect her and care for her and nurture this very naive girl who for all intents and purposes, was effectively a baby, right? As you begin to care for her and nurture her and teach her language and mannerisms and everything else, because she was not influenced by that which is in the crystal, she had no memory of anything that came from before her reawakening. So she was effectively a fresh slate. And now she has two, effectively, competing personalities. For what this means for Nia is that Nia was effectively given the memories, because she would eventually tell you all these, especially now. She would at least tell this to Rakshana, who may or may not tell the party. Rakshana was shown memories of Onalder and Onalder's experiments to Chisume, and at the bare minimum, someone who looked exactly like Rakshana was helping him carry out these experiments on Chisume. And to her knowledge, like, her body, by instinct, seeing this kind of thing, would would want to prevent this, would see Rakshana and be like, you helped create this, you helped to do this, right? And that's why she's struggling. Like, her body wants to, but she knows it's not right, because she knows these memories are false, but her body still wants to act on them because of her training, right? And that's something that more than likely this world is trying to exploit, right? Is trying to exploit what her body is trained to do. And given that, and given all the other entities that you fought and everything, that seems to be a very common not motive, a repeated pattern that a serial killer has, something that you can tell them by.
I think that's
There.
MO. Or no,
Modus
the
MO.
Yeah.
operandi.
MO. That's the abbreviation I'm thinking of, anyways.
Modus operandi.
Yeah. It seems to be what he does effectively. He seems to choose individuals that are close to at least one individual of the party, and tries to manipulate what they know about them to get them to want to kill the party member, at the very least, if not the entire party. That seems to be what he was trying to do. But for some reason, the individual that he was manipulating refused to, regardless of every instinct in their body saying that they should. So yeah. Additionally, I've completely forgot. I know I was talking about the wish spell. I'm getting way off topic. I'm sorry.
Well, no, you
So
had actually moved past the wish spell. It seemed like that was concluded.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm getting way off target. So yeah, I'm gonna end there. I'm sorry, I went way off,
You're
way
good,
off target. Right.
but I do
So
gotta get going.
yeah.
I
So
Okay, man.
appreciate the unintended lore dump.
yeah.
You got off on the tangent because I asked what the trigger was.
Yeah. So yeah, effectively, it was that you, because of your own story beats, that was the final trigger. Effectively, there were 3 different major triggers that needed
Yeah.
to happen for this to happen. Additionally, uh, actually, the while those were a primary factor, the most significant factor was the Aetherite that you were feeding her.
Oh,
Yeah, that was the primary factor for all of it. Was Yeah, when y'all were like, something's up. Yeah, something was up. None of you figured it out. Have a good
Good
night, I guess.
night.
Like,
What I disliked, I mean, not really anything other than the obvious. But I mean, the obvious could be whatever. What I'm looking forward to is probably the most important, though. What I'm looking forward to is next session because it's going to start off with, I mean, as was mentioned before, y'all's first real proper to the death boss fight. I will just say, before next session, make sure you go over everything that is available to your character. I want to make sure y'all really know what your character is able to do because Alnalder is not going to be pulling any stops. He is aiming to kill.
Okay, shit.
So yeah, like it's a proper to the death fight.
Oh, then I should, or I can hold my roll till next session.
Yeah, we're gonna start next session with initiative.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead
Well,
and
I admit I
stop.
have